scared to take the leap. I'm missing the way we used to be. Let me go. Left me in this mess I'm falling. Never know. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Couldn't get any closer. Try to forget all that we had. I'm rolling like water in the sea. The memories crashing into me. So close to the edge of something so worthy. You have the world right at your feet. It almost is all we'll ever be. We can't get any Let me go. Left me in this mess I'm falling. Never know. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. Couldn't get any closer. Can't find a reason why. We couldn't get any closer. We couldn't get any closer.
started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nemesis Gaming League, where the grind continues. We are back for our second match of the night. We're in the Season 7 playoffs. We've got in the Prospect League, the number 2 seed Bandits going up against the number 7 seed Minotaurs. Your boy Psychonautic still in the booth. Hopefully going to be bringing some of that sweet, sweet action to your doorsteps this time, unlike our last forfeit. Joined in the booth by Is Charles. How you doing tonight, my man?
I'm doing all right, another playoff game, and the forfeit was unfortunate, but we do have some Rocket League action for all the viewers at home, and I'm just excited to get this underway. I mean, we have two very good teams here, and I'm just excited to see them out on the pitch.
Yes, we certainly do. On one side, we've got the Minotaurs, Snazzy, Rogue, and Wheels. Jtron is rounding off that roster. Also, while I'm thinking about it, shout out to Jtron for the resub, 4 months, so we can get some love in the chat for Jtron. And then on the other side of the fence, we've got the Bandits with Redwater, Dr. Waffles, and Frosty Peanut. Rounds off that roster. Charles, you know anything about these guys?
Well, actually, yes, I do. They actually faced off in week 1. I mean, the first matchup of the season was Bandits versus Minotaurs, and the Bandits took that one 3-1. So, Minotaurs might be looking for revenge here, but they're faced with the number 2 seed, which is going to be a tough task as it is. But as we saw last night, the 2 seed could be taken down potentially, and I wouldn't be all that surprised if they do.
Yeah, it would definitely be a good one, and a huge upset for the Minotaurs if they could. And I'm thinking we got everybody in the lobby. We're running a little bit behind, so let's get that caster prediction from you there, Charles. Do you think that the Minotaurs are going to have an upset here?
I support the Minotaur upset. I'm going to go Minotaurs in 6 games.
Minotaurs in 6. You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get directly into it. It looks like the Twitch channel is exactly 50-50 at 17,000 points, 17,300. And the Discord survey shows in favor of the Bandits 40-10. So we'll see how that plays out. And this best of 7 series winner moving on to the semifinals. Loser goes home for the rest of season 7. Dr. Waffles gonna 50 with Rogue. Rogue there for it. He beats out the defender. Redwater back, makes the stop on the goal line. Snazzy trying to get one through. It's not gonna go. Wheels takes it off the top of the defender. Rogue is there off the backboard. Redwater can't get the touch. And Dr. Waffles for the clear. Minute gone so far. And it seems like the Minotaurs are a little bit more hot and heavy than the Bandits so far, Charles.
And I would have to agree with you. One thing I'm noticing from the Bandits is they're very clumped up on defense, and they're expecting a little bit of anticipation for that clear out, and I think it's catching them off guard a little bit here. I think they just need to take their time a little bit. Just don't stress it as much as they are right now. And, it's only a minute and a half into the game. And, I would like to see some more offensive pressure from Bandits as we're seeing currently.
Yes, they are starting to pick it up a little bit, but will it be enough? Snazzy clears the ball and immediately gets cleared out by a rotating member of the Bandits. Wheels missing his touch. Frosty gets it through. Rogue out of the corner. Gonna stick with it. Dr. Waffles to take that away. Redwater looking for the fake. Wheels not going to get faked. He gets the catch. Coming off the sidewall. Looking for Snazzy in the mid. Snazzy's there with the shot. He puts it past the defender. and Minotaurs up by 1.
You know, one thing we forgot to mention, Minotaurs, very mechanical team, and you saw it right there, Psycho. Beautiful pass, and what a beautiful shot to start things off. That's going to give Minotaurs a buku amount of confidence.
Yeah, and they picking up a lot of momentum with that one as well. 2 minutes gone from the clock. There was a lot of back and forth there. Finally broken open by the Minotaurs. So we'll see if they can hang on to this lead. Dr. Waffles chasing that ball, gets the demo on Snazzy. Might be an open net. The double commit comes out, but the Minotaurs are able to make the stop on the goal line and keep the lead as they enter into the second half of game number 1. Snazzy with the shot. Redwater making yet another save, picking up his savior medal in this game. Wheels slowing things down. Wheels is still with it in the midfield, trying to get it past Redwater. Pops it up over one, gets a demo. Rogue is there. He takes advantage and slams that one home.
Another display of mechanics. Wheels really sticking with that one. And I think he demoed one and bumped the other, just taking care of it all by himself. And that's going to be a dunk down for Rogue. What a performance we're seeing by this Minotaurs offense.
What a performance indeed. Redwater sends that one all the way down. Rogue not going to let it go by. Rogue sending it out from the mid. Nobody from the Bandits back. Disaster strikes as Minotaurs goes up by 3.
I think that's just unfortunate. I think the third man committed a little too heavy on that one, leaving a wide open net for Wheels, and he takes full advantage.
Yeah, the Bandits definitely going to have to do something here as they're falling behind, and it's just starting to snowball in favor of the Minotaurs. This is only the first game of this best of 7 series, though, so it's not like the end of the world. They have plenty of time to start making some adjustments moving into the latter games of this series. Snazzy bounces that one, pops it up high. Redwater puts it off to the side. Rogue still with it. Rogue popping it over just a little bit too hard. It's going to go into the opposite corner. Wheels taking a shot. It's going to bounce off the crossbar. The ball does get popped and cleared up. Snazzy in the mid, out to Rogue, can't find it. Dr. Waffles does instead. He sends the long ball back, but it's not on target. Frosty's up, puts it down on net. Wheels going to get to it. And as we approach the final 60 seconds of this game, Charles, it's not looking like it's going to be possible for Bandits to make a comeback in this game.
I feel like if they're going to make a comeback, they need to be aggressive, as we almost see a goal trickle in there. Yeah, they're going to have to be more aggressive, especially considering that they're down by 3 with less than a minute to go. And we just haven't seen that from their offense. And they're letting just Minotaurs have so many shooting opportunities. And Dr. Waffle is actually going to go through the whole defense, put that top left.
Wow, what a solo play from Dr. Waffles, taking it from his own net, getting it past Rogue and Wheels in the midfield. A bit of a miscommunication coming out from them as they get a little team bump going on in the midfield, which results in a conversion for the Bandits. However, with 40 seconds left on the clock, Bandits still down by 2 points. They're going to need to get another goal quick, and Redwater trying to do just that. Almost finds it, and Dr. Waffles barely unable to clean it up. 30 seconds left. The Bandits need something, and they need it now. Dr. Waffles gets the pass out to the mid. Frosty's there, but Wheels to clear it out. Wheels with the shot on net. Redwater gets in front of that one. Makes the stop. The final 10 seconds now upon this Bandits team. They have to find the goal. Frosty looking for the redirect. Can't get it. Dr. Waffles in a last-ditch effort, as the ball only has to hit the ground now for the Minotaurs to be your victors here in game number 1.
And they played an excellent game. Obviously, very mechanical players, but they put that on full display. As actually the standout player for me is Wheels with 5 saves, just a ridiculous amount of saves. But on the Bandits side of the ball, I really liked how they played in the latter half of that game number 1. They were aggressive and they capitalized off of it. I mean, they got a goal. I just need to see more of that going into game number 2, and maybe they can expand upon this, getting the last goal of this game, maybe continuing that pressure on to game number 2.
Yeah, they're going to need to do something if they want to keep up with this Minotaurs roster, because these guys are firing on all cylinders right now. Wheels with 690 points, just doing the most on the field in that match. And you love to see it. Honestly, I felt like all 3 of the Minotaurs showed up at one point or another during that match. And if Bandits are going to, expect to be able to make a comeback, they're going to have to make a lot of changes, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I fully agree with you. A lot of changes, but it is only game number 2. And, this could be game number 1 might have been just a learning game. Game number 2, hopefully we see a little bit of adjusting from this Bandits roster. Applying that pressure really helps, obviously score goals, but to make a team respect you. And if you want to win games, you have to make sure that the opposing team respects you. And that is exactly what we need to see from this Bandits roster.
And we might just see that right here. Redwater almost getting the solo play past Snazzy, but Snazzy staying strong. Oh, a little bump shot almost coming out from the Minotaurs there. Wheels is up. Can't get it through Frosty. Redwater 50 with Rogue. It is still in the Bandit zone. Dr. Waffles plenty of time to work with here. He gets dunked out, though. Looked like by Snazzy. Wheels is up. Gets the touch over one. No, the defender still clips it, but Rogue is there trying to put it off the backboard. Dr. Waffles to clear it away. Snazzy keeping the pressure alive for Minotaurs. Missing his touch, faking out Dr. Waffles. Redwater trying to clear it out. Rogue not to let him. Rogue with the touch off the backboard. Wheels is there. Dr. Waffles can't get it, and Wheels going to start things off.
That's just a bang play. I thought Rogue had that for a second. Just barely missed it, and Wheels is going to capitalize that beautiful shot, and it is now a 1-0 game.
And that's not what you want if you're on the Bandits. They really needed that early lead, if you ask me, to help out their morale a little bit. Minotaur is going to get it though. Minotaur's looking to control the pace of game number 2. Rogue coming out of the corner. Redwater to take it away from him. Wheels getting it back, trying to get it downfield. Snazzy coming in to take it in the mid. Snazzy almost finding Wheels, but the play not going to go. Gets cleared away. Redwater can't get it through Rogue. We got just above 3 minutes left on the clock here. Charles and Dr. Waffles coming in, trying to get the shot through the defense, but Minotaurs are like a brick wall right now, Charles.
And they're looking really good on defense, and that is very apparent as they've completely shut out the Bandits. And if that one goal didn't get scored last game, they would have shut the Bandits out again. Their defense is looking really good, and I think that could propel them to a Game 2 victory.
It could very well, and if it does, that's going to be a pretty scary situation for the Bandits, as they've only been managed to score 1 goal so far this entire series. Only a game and a half so far played, but if they don't pick up the pace, Minotaurs are just going to shut them down. We may very well have a sweep on our hands. Redwater taking a shot. It's off. Oh. Dr. Waffles with the heads up. Demo opening up the lane. Frosty going to take advantage and tie us up at 1.
That is exactly the kind of play that you need, and especially in this situation. I mean, you were down 1-0. You need a clutch goal. That's exactly what needs to happen. And Waffles, what a beautiful demo, opening up that Minotaur's defense that is so stout so far, and Frosty just puts it in the back of the net.
Frosty with another shot on, but Rogue takes it away. Rogue off the sidewall, gets dunked out by the Bandits. Wheels with a banger into the Bandits corner. Frosty looking to get a little air dribble here, gets behind the ball. Wheels with the save. The ball is up in the corner. Minotaurs. Rogue puts it down to the mid. Frosty with the shot that goes high. Snazzy gets in front of Dr. Waffles' shot. The Bandits are still on the press here. And they're still in the Minotaur zone. Waffles coming out of the corner. The double commit coming out. Redwater not able to get a shot on net. The ball crosses over the midline. Rogue looking to make things for the Minotaurs pick up here a little bit. We only got a little over 60 seconds so far, Charles. And Oh my, Redwater coming in with a shot from the midfield, taking the lead.
And a clutch shot, if anything, just gets a pass. I think their whole defense there, as he just pops it right over them. Great read on that 50. And this lead, it's looking very promising for this Bandits roster.
Yes, it certainly is, and that is exactly what you want to see if you're a Bandits fan. They really couldn't afford, in my opinion, to go down 2-0 in the series to the Minotaurs here, as the Minotaurs seem to play off of that energy. And I think they might have very well been able to sweep the Bandits. But with the Bandits, Dr. Waffles getting a huge dunk on Snazzy. Snazzy still getting a save, but just not enough.
Not one, not two, but 3 defenders. He just dribbled it past 3 defenders, and what a dunk at the end. That is a highlight reel play. That's exactly what the Bandits need, confidence-wise.
Yes, sir. In less than 60 seconds now to go. Wheels looking for a double. Dr. Waffles to take it away from him on the backboard. Snazzy gets the touch, keeping it in the Bandit zone. Missing his second, though. Frosty trying to slow it down. Trying to find a teammate. He does. He gets it past the midpoint. Out of the corner, Snazzy's there. Snazzy to clear it down to Wheels. Rogue gets it across the midline. Redwater to doink it, keeping it in the Minotaur zone. Snazzy up to Wheels. Wheels can't get the redirect, and nor does it turn into a fake for him as Dr. Waffles pulls out the save. Less than 10 seconds here. It's looking like game 2 is pretty much a wash at this point for the Minotaurs. Bandits able to reel this game back in, win game number 2, tie the series up going into game number 3.
I think the Bandits looked like the better team. They had 10 shots to Minotaurs 3, and that is really important if you want to make another team respect you. And I think the Minotaurs are starting to respect this Bandits roster, and just a complete game overall. I mean, every player on the Bandits roster scored a goal, and that's exactly the type of teamwork that got them to this second seed, and they could go the distance if this continues.
Yeah, I gotta wonder if the Bandits just maybe had some stream nerves in game number 1, because that was almost a completely different Bandits team right there. They came out really hot in game number 2. I'm interested to see what we got coming up for game number 3, and the Minotaur is going to be able to pull things back, snag another winner. Bandits going to take the lead in the series. It's I'd say it's anybody's game at this point, Charles.
I would have to agree. I mean, it's a toss up at this point. This game number 3 is obviously a crucial one to see who has the edge in this series. And I think the team that is going to have that edge, if they continue what they're doing, is going to be this Bandits roster. Maybe we need to see some adjusting from the Minotaurs in order to maintain the pressure that they had in game 1. And maybe we need to see some highlight reel plays from the Minotaurs, like almost this one, as the follow trickles in. Oh my goodness.
Frosty, big save there. Good play from him on the defensive line, denying the Minotaurs that goal. Snazzy can't get it past Frosty. Rowe gonna get the demo on him, putting it out to the mid. He finds Snazzy. Minotaurs starting things out. 30 seconds gone.
Ooh, what a shot. Puts that top right, and that's exactly the goal that you need to say, hey, Bandits, I know you beat us in game 2, but this game number 3 is our game, and they're looking hot.
Yes, they certainly are, though there's plenty of time left. Wheels with the touch off the sidewall. Dr. Waffles out of his own corner, trying to find Redwater. Snazzy getting up in it. Frosty looking to follow. Gets it past Wheels, but gets demoed. Rogue got plenty of time to work with. Rogue gets bumped off the ball. He's going to get pushed out of the play. And Dr. Waffles with the aggressive play. Frosty can't get it through Rogue. That would have been a perfect play. Once again from Dr. Waffles there with the bumps. It seems to be an MO of his, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Waffles at this point, as another demo comes out as we are talking about it, he's looking really good on the demo side of things, and I'm looking for him to really step up for his team, maybe get a clutch demo in the latter half of this match. I know we're not halfway, but Minotaurs are looking like the better team so far.
And that was back. If we harken back to game number 1, that was the way that they got their that they got the one goal that they got was Dr. Waffles came in with the demo play, and we just see Redwater with another demo. So it seems that the Bandits have started to commit a little bit more to the aggressive play. We'll see if it works out for them, as unfortunately for them, Wheels coming through and finding a shot on an open net.
Unfortunate double commit by the Bandits, but what a great play. Really incorporating every single member of the Minotaurs roster to make that goal happen. And that teamwork is exactly what you love to see. I know Bandits in game number 2 had great teamwork. Every player scored a goal, but it's looking like Minotaurs are on that same track.
Yes, it certainly is, as we are coming down to the final moments of the first half of game number 3. Minotaurs are up by 2, and they aim to be leading the series after game number 3, unless the Bandits are able to turn things around in the second half of this game. Dr. Waffles pops it up. Wheels is there. He gets the touch. Rogue to follow up. Rogue having a look at an empty net, but his shot's going to go wide. Rolls up the wall. Frosty going to take control. Frosty's going to have to 50 with the Minotaurs before he can get it cleared out. Dr. Waffles off the backboard. Snazzy sends it away to the side. Redwater pops it up in the mid. Frosty's there. Back to Redwater and across, but nobody. Dr. Waffles not expecting the touch to come out. Dr. Waffles with the shot, though. And it gets cleared away, and nobody back from Bandits. Wheels going to put that one in, and now the Minotaurs are up by 3.
That's just a lapse in the defense. I think every single Bandits player was in the Minotaurs half, and that's exactly what's going to happen if that happens. And Minotaurs just taking an easy goal, and they're up 3-0 now.
Yeah, that is unfortunate situation for the Bandits. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make a comeback from this one. As we saw already in game number 1, if the Minotaurs are able to get up like this and dictate the pace of the match, or the pace of the game rather, Dr. Waffles, not wanting to hear what I have to say, puts it in the back of the net, and with 1 minute and 43 seconds left on the clock, they're only down by 1 now. Bandits still have a chance.
What an acrobatic goal, just stretching across the length of the net, putting it top left corner. Great pass, great shot, but this Bandits team needs to score 2 more goals to at least send it to overtime. Can they do it?
If they keep heating up, Frosty with the shot. Rogue makes the stop, though. What a good defensive play from Rogue on the defensive line. Pops it up enough, and Dr. Waffles putting another one on yet again. Rogue gonna deny him. Wheels coming off the sidewall, missing his touch. Frosty takes advantage of the missed touch from Minotaurs, and now Bandits are only down by 1.
I mean, we got to talk about that pinch from Redwater. Just sends it all the way to in front of the net, and that is where the missed touch comes out, and that's going to be an easy put in for Frosty. Just great overall play, and they're starting to come back here. A little curious, Psycho, do you think they have it in them?
Honestly, I do think that they have it in them. From what I've been seeing so far, they've got the accuracy. They when they turn on the offensive pressure, they do pretty well. It's just they seem to have a bit of a problem getting out of their half and getting past Gorgons in the midfield. But I mean, they've already won 1 game. They're making a comeback here, so we'll have to see if they're able to actually do it, or if the Minotaurs are going to hold out strong in game number 3 as we get closer and closer to the final 30 seconds here. Redwater taking that away. Redwater trying desperately to get the ball back in front of the Minotaurs net. Wheels is there. 25 seconds now. Dr. Waffles out of the corner, gets bumped off of the ball. Rogue trying to send it out. He gets it past the midline, gets a shot on net. Redwater not up in time, and Rogue now extends the Minotaurs lead by 2.
Rogue did it all himself. I mean, he just trekked down the field and put an amazing shot on net, just single-handedly, I think, levitating the Minotaurs to this game 3 victory if nothing changes.
Yeah, I mean, the Bandits pretty much going to need a miracle at this point. They have to score like now and then they're going to have to score immediately off of a kickoff. And I just don't think that that's, excuse me, I just don't think that's possible in all realism. Rogue almost getting one for the road. Minotaurs, your victors of game number 3. Now they only require 2 more wins to secure their spot in the semifinals.
I will say, Minotaurs looking like they found their groove a little bit here. They know the Bandits' weakness, and that is just letting that third man be too aggressive, and they capitalized off of it twice. And, you know, I will say a goal is a goal, and the Minotaurs are definitely looking good, and they're mechanical. They're playing great defense, and I'm excited to see if this continues into game number 4.
Yeah, me as well. Minotaurs looking to continue that momentum, I'm sure. And I think if the Minotaurs are able to take game number 4, then they should be able to bag it back to back with game number 5. I don't see the Bandits being able to stop their momentum of getting 2 wins in a row. I don't think they'll be able to take that away from them. However, if Bandits can come out here and take game number 4 off of Minotaurs and disrupt their cycle enough, I think we could easily have a game number 7, and Bandits could easily be the victors.
I 100% agree. If the Bandits take this game number 4, they're looking to maybe take Minotaurs the distance, and you know this game number 4 is a swing game. If whatever team wins this game is going to have an obvious advantage, and you know I think the winner of this game might just be Bandits. I mean, they didn't look as good as they did in game number 2 as game number 3. But as I am saying that, Frosty's just going to put that into the back of the net.
Yeah, ask and ye shall receive. Waffles getting up there. Not sure if what he was doing had anything to do, like if it faked any of the defenders, or if that was just an off rotation. Either way, the Bandits going to go up early. 9 seconds in for them to find their first net. Wheels off the backboard. Snazzy's there. He puts it to the left. Redwater just too far away to get to it.
I mean, I think the story of this shot, obviously the pass is amazing, but the shot placement, giving Redwater 0 chance to get to that. That is going to be a tied game. 4 minutes and 44 seconds into this one.
Yeah, you love to see the placement come out. It's always so beautiful whenever it's a purposeful placement as opposed to an accidental. So you love to see that. For the tying goal there, not even a minute gone so far. We've got 2 goals to come out. Both of these teams playing a lot more aggressive, or perhaps it's just the Bandits really that are playing a lot more aggressive, as we've seen almost every single match. I believe the Minotaurs have scored early. But Dr. Waffles is up and he almost gets the bar down, but it gets popped out. Dr. Waffles with another touch in front of the Minotaurs net. Snazzy gets it taken away by Frosty. Frosty almost finding the lucky angle, but it doesn't go. It hits the post and bounces out. Dr. Waffles missing his defensive touch, missing his second one, trying to block Rogue. But he does stick with the ball now. In the midfield, gets the mid boost, taken away by Snazzy. Snazzy putting it out to Wheels. Wheels might have something here. Dr. Waffles clears it from behind him. And 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. We still got a tied ball game here, Charles. Both of these teams just, I feel like they're, Wheels gonna thread the needle on that.
He definitely threaded the needle, as the pass actually going to come out from Dr. Waffles. He gets it past 2 defenders, and that is going to be a lead for the Minotaurs in this game 4. If this lead continues to grow, I don't think Bandits have it in them to take the lead back in this game number 4.
Yeah, this does put the Bandits in some dangerous territory, some hot water, if you will. If the Minotaurs are allowed to win this, they'll be at match point in the series. They only require 1 more win to send this Bandits roster home for the rest of the season. Frosty out of the corner gets a, I'm not sure how he got a demo there, but I might have missed something, but it looked like that just looked a little bit strange to me, Charles. You know, them demos be acting a little weird sometimes.
I can attest to that, as I'm a bit of a demo junkie myself. I do appreciate a good demo, and Dr. Waffles has been supplying the demos definitely in this series. And, I hope to see more of them as this game continues. As a shot actually going to go a little bit wide from Frosty there. But uh, Dr. Waffles definitely playing an important role. I'm curious to see if he's going to maybe step up for his team here and help tie this game.
Bandits with a not a very threatening offensive push there. Oh my wheels!
Ooh.
Trying to find an impossible angle. Doesn't get the angle. Does get back in time to block a shot on the Minotaur's net, however. Dr. Waffles coming out of the Bandits' corner. 50s with Wheels. Can't drop on the ball. Wheels trying to find a redirect, but it sends it across instead. Rogue is with it. Back passes to the midfield. Snazzy's there. Pops it up, but Frosty's ready for the ball. Frosty clears it down into the Minotaur's corner. Redwater getting bumped from behind. Dr. Waffles is there. Rogue putting it off the crossbar. Frosty missing his clear, and Snazzy missing his shot. Frosty trying to desperately to get it out of the Bandit zone. Frosty pops it up. Snazzy there to make the touch. Wheels gets it past the defender in the midfield. Redwater is going to get beat out, or excuse me, dunked out by Rogue. Snazzy with the touch. Frosty with the save. As we reach our final 60 seconds here in game number 4, Charles. Minotaurs still leading by 1. Bandits, it's hard to tell if they're going to be able to make a comeback here.
I mean, as this game is progressing, I definitely see Minotaurs having a more aggressive looks to try to stop, maybe stop the Bandits from coming back into this one. And it's definitely showing as a ball has not yet to trickle into the net here, and I expect it to soon if this keeps continuing.
Yeah, you would think that the Minotaurs will eventually crack, and they have been making mistakes defensively, as we just saw Wheels miss that ball. But even whenever they do that, the Bandits aren't there to capitalize on the situation. They're not pushed up, at least one of them's not pushed up far enough, and so they are still trailing with 20 seconds left on the clock. Excuse me. Redwater trying desperately to get it in front of the net. Frosty there as well. Wheels getting bumped by Rogue. A little bit of a panic coming out from the Minotaurs. Redwater trying to get something going. The final seconds. Frosty putting it off the backboard. Frosty to keep it up, but his shot's not going to go. And that's going to drop. Minotaurs are going to win game number 4. They're now sitting at match point in this best-of-7 series.
The Minotaurs are in the driver's seat in this series, and, this car is about to go off the cliff if Bandits keep playing the way that they're playing. They played a solid game, but if you want to win against a team like Minotaurs, you can't play solid. You have to play great. And I'm looking for maybe Dr. Waffles to step up with those demos as we saw. I love demos, and Dr. Waffles will supply those demos, and he came in clutch in game number 1. And honestly, I just need Bandits roster as a whole to step it up a little bit and make the Minotaurs panic, and obviously take this game 5, but looking at it.
Yeah, that is what they're going to need to do. Bandits electing to take their tactical time out here before game number 5, which might be the best thing for them, to be honest with you. They're trying to cool down the Minotaurs a little bit here, so they'll get an additional 60 seconds once we enter back into the lobby, so they can sort of gather their thoughts, maybe try and apply some new strats, if you will, but work things out. Maybe throw the Minotaurs out of the groove that they had just found. But, that's kind of the maybe not, Charles. That's the risk you run. Sometimes you're the one that gets cold and the other team stays hot.
Honestly, if they were going to take a timeout, it had to be now. Got to talk some things out. And I think, honestly, this timeout is exactly what Bandits need to come back in this one. Obviously, they had a better regular season than Minotaurs, and that is for a reason. Obviously, they look great like as a team. They might not be as mechanical as Minotaurs, but they definitely have that chemistry, and it's boosted them to where they are currently. I'm just excited to see if they can take it to the next level here against a Minotaur team who is looking dangerous.
Yeah, well, they have certainly a steep cliff ahead of them to take the Minotaurs down. Not all they have to win the next 3 matches in a row if they want to continue on and secure their spot in the semifinals against the Vipers, who will be more than likely playing next week. But we have now ended the timeout is over. So we're going to have the players joining back up on the pitch now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for game number 5, Minotaurs versus Bandits. Minotaurs up 3-1 in the series, so they are match point and only need one more win. Snazzy bouncing it up. Dr. Waffles going to make the save. Rogue trying to keep the pressure alive. Redwater taking it away from him. Trying to get the clear, but Wheels in the midfield. Frosty with the touch out to the mid. Rogue makes it stop the double commit from the Minotaurs, leaving the net open, but Redwater's shot is not going to be accurate. Wheels with the catch. Dr. Waffles dunks it off of him, sends it over, and then gets a demo on Snazzy as he rotates out. Redwater with the bounce shot. Wheels going to make the stop on it. A little under a minute gone so far. 0-0 on the scoreline. We're seeing, I guess, a slightly different but kind of the same as we've seen the last, 2 matches. Last match was, 1-1 pretty quick, but then it just kind of stayed that way for a long time, Charles.
Yeah, and if the Bandits can't let that happen, they need to take a commanding lead, as Wheel's just going to do it all himself.
What a play from him. Rogue, I'm not sure if that worked out as... Rogue going for the bump, and Redwater having to get out of the way of that bump, allowing Wheels to just walk that one in there.
Oh my goodness. Just crazy play by Minotaurs, and that's exactly what you need. A very, very physical play. You're getting into the minds of this Bandits roster, and I will say the Bandits did do a little bit of adjusting as they are playing a more physical game. You see a bunch of demos coming out, and that could work for them, but what needs to happen right now is these chances like these need to go in. Top left, and it almost trickled in there.
Yeah, one of the biggest enemies of the Bandits this series so far has been the post and the crossbar, and then on top of that, Minotaurs have just had an absolute iron wall. They're not even got a brick wall. They've just been knocking down the saves every single game. The Bandits doing, honestly, a pretty good job of taking shots, but it's just nothing's landing. The Minotaurs are just too strong for them so far, and they're up by 1 now, about to be up by 2. Snazzy taking his shots a little bit too high, bounces off of the crossbar. Redwater taking it a little bit of a more aggressive approach, taking the ball away from his teammates, getting it to the mid. Dr. Waffles trying to help out Frosty. Can't get it past Rogue. Waffles going to take a shot. Frosty gets a demo on the rotation out, but it doesn't work out for him. Dr. Waffles to send that one back. Halfway through game number 5, Minotaurs up leading by 1, which puts Bandits in a dangerous situation. As a loss here, Dr. Waffles finding the pass from Redwater, perfectly placed, tying us up.
Ask and you shall receive. You want a goal? Dr. Waffles will provide perfectly top left. And the pass, any ball that Dr. Waffles is going to shoot is going to go in the net, as we saw there. And Bandits are looking good, but I will say Minotaurs are looking like the better team as we enter at the halfway point of this game.
But the Bandits need this win. They need it bad or they go home. Their season ends. They have to get 3 wins in a row, but it's going to start with this one right here, right now. 2 minutes left on the clock. We do have a tied ball game. It could be in either team's favor at this point. Will's putting it out in front. Redwater's there. Dr. Waffles going for the low 50, but it works in favor of the Minotaurs. Redwater just trying to get it away from his net. Nobody from Minotaurs there to take the shot on the empty. Rogue, he's there, but it gets deflected. Waffles gets the doink before he gets demoed, and Redwater can't get it through. Wheels the pass coming out. Minotaur staying strong defensively. Rogue is there, but Frosty is as well. Frosty can't get it through Snazzy. Snazzy banging it out of the corner. Waffles getting the catch, but not able to follow up the play. So Wheels sends it into the Bandits' corner, and the demo coming out, opening up the lane. Snazzy putting that home and taking the lead for the Minotaurs.
That was a double demo by Rogue. That is ridiculous. There was
Oh,
nobody to
wow.
stop that shot. And, unfortunate play by the Bandits. I think they were both going for that back boost, and they're both in the same angle, and Rogue just kind of ran through them. That's exactly the kind of play that you need from this Minotaurs team to take the rug out from under this Bandits roster.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm surprised that it took until game 5 for us to see the demos coming out from Rogue. When he was a novice league player, that's pretty much what he got known for. Was he was just going to chase demos, and he just opened up the box for his teammates every single game. So it's interesting to see it take this long to come out. Wheels going to get the ricochet shot off of the sidewall and catch the Bandits sleeping.
Yeah, the Bandits are definitely panicking here as Redwater gets caught on the back foot, and that's just going to be an unfortunate goal for the on the Bandit side of things. But Minotaurs looking good in the last 30 seconds of this game.
Yeah, they certainly are. Frosty sending one down, trying to get the dunk. Not able to get it. 30 seconds left for the Bandits to figure something out. They need 2 goals or their season ends. Right here, right now. Wheels with another shot on net, but Waffles to make the stop. Snazzy sending it back to the mid row. Can't find the touch. That would have been yet another goal for them as the clock winds down. 10 seconds now left. Bandits getting desperate as it's almost impossible at this point. Rogue with the carry that fakes out the defender, and that is stick a fork into the Bandits are pretty much done.
Yeah, I think a little bit of double commit there, but what does it matter as Rogue is just going to put the back in the net, and what a series by Minotaurs. I think they definitely deserve to win this one.
Yeah, they played really, really well, only allowing the Bandits to take 1 game off of them in the series. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The ball's going to touch. Minotaurs are your victors. They secured their spot. They're moving on to the semifinals to play against the Vipers next week. It's going to be a pretty killer match, I think. Hats off to the Bandits. They got to hang their heads as they walk away with their season ending there. However, they played really well. You know, it was kind of a surprising series. I thought we were going to see a Game 7 for sure because the Bandits didn't play bad at all. It's just they couldn't get through the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs just played so well defensively.
Yeah, and I think the key there was they didn't panic. And panicking was a really important factor for the Bandits, as you saw in the latter half of that match. They were panicking a lot, and that's what killed them eventually.
Yeah, that is that once that started to come out, it was quite unfortunate for them. They weren't able to rein it in. And it's gonna, panic like that's gonna lead to losses almost every time, unless the other team just panic harder or just absolutely tosses the game. But you can rest assured that Minotaurs not going to do that. Snazzy, he's an OG here in the Nemesis Gaming League. Actually, all 3 of them have been around for a while. Rogue being manager and a GM. Wheels and Rogue actually, play together quite often. They're IRL friends, so they've got that chemistry, which they were able to definitely show off tonight. So congratulations to them boys. Moving on to the semifinals, it was a great match.
Oh yeah, it was a really great match. And honestly, Minotaurs, they're looking like a very hot team going into the semifinals. Definitely a team that I would be scared of personally. But I will say, Bandits, hats off to you. You guys played a great series, but Minotaurs obviously had the better series, and it definitely showed as they were the more mechanical team and the better team on that defensive end, like you mentioned.
And I want to thank you, Charles, for joining me up in the booth. That's pretty much going to wrap us up for game number 2 here tonight in the Nemesis Gaming League.
All right, I'll see ya.
And stick around, folks. We're gonna take a quick little break, probably about 15 minutes before we get back into the action. When we do come back at 9:00 Eastern, we're gonna be back into the Titan League. We've got Venganza going up against the Grand Masters. It's gonna be a fiery match you don't want to miss.
Started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling, falling.
What's up, everybody? It is Puggles back again in the casting booth. I'm joined by It's Charles today. Charles, how are you doing?
Doing amazing, Puggles. Just excited for some Titan League gameplay. Experienced some last night. It was kind of mind-boggling. Hopefully, this one is more tame, as we have some pretty good teams going head-to-head.
Absolutely. Good teams. You couldn't say it any better than that. So today we got Venganza and Grandmasters going up at it. These two are divisional rivals here, Charles. I know you did a little bit of research, so I want you to tell me what you know about these two teams.
Well, first off, we got to start with the rosters. Venganza has Lay, Bubs, Fishy, and Skittles to round out that roster. Grandmasters has Goff, Bubbly, Bagels, and Chubik on their side. And these two teams, both having a 12-6 record, I mean, they're pretty equal, but one thing is not equal, and that is the two games that they played in the regular season both went to Venganza in a game number 5. So, it could be anybody's game, but it's looking a little more likely Venganza is going to take this one at an early glance.
Yeah, but you did say both of those games going to 5, going the distance in the regular season. But now it's playoffs. These series are gonna go to 7, and I mean, we just gotta look at these predictions here. So from our beautiful people over at Power Rankings, we have a 51.5% going Venganza, and then 48.5 going for Grandmasters. And then for you people at home in the hashtag survey, we got 25 people going for Venganza and 30 people going for Grandmasters. And then in the chat here, with your channel points, you got, oh, just went away. You got 61,000 for Venganza and 41 for Grandmasters. So out of the three, we got Venganza winning 2. But for the individual people, we do have Grandmasters winning that. So definitely very split here across the board. So, I mean, Charles, what do you think either of these teams need to do to really capture and like win out some of these games here?
First off, stream nerves are very important. As obviously being on stream, you get very nervous. I think a team needs to come out confident, and I think they need to come out ready to play, ready to be aggressive. And that is exactly why I'm picking Grandmasters in 7, baby. Grandmasters in 7. Put your Nemesis channel points down for Grandmasters if you want to get a huge payout. Trust me.
All right. Well, if you're gonna go for Grandmasters, I just gotta counter. You gotta go with your boy Fishy. All right, Fishy. He's literally the best player on the field. I don't care what anyone else says. He's just the best. And if you say that I'm wrong, you're just gonna have to watch these games because he's gonna take over. He does probably the best third man in all of Nemesis right now. So I would have to go with Venganza. They have the previous matches going with them, and now we just kind of wait here. But it's Charles. I have to agree. Some of the coming out hot here is going to be very important. So you think Grandmasters are going to come out hot? How do you think they need to do that here?
Honestly, I think they just need to let Bagels do his thing. I'm a huge fan of Bagels. Casted with him last night, and he seemed like he was a little nervous for this game. I mean, going up against a team like Venganza, who, yeah, you got to be a little bit nervous, but I think he's going to come out a little bit hot here, and I think him along with this team, they're going to get off to a little bit of a hot start, and I'm just curious to see if they can continue it. If they get off to the hot start, this is all hypothetical, of course. But yeah, just really looking forward to some more Titan League gameplay.
Yeah, as it looks like we are we are waiting on one person to come back to the lobby. I'm not gonna drop names, but let's just say their name starts with a B and ends in an R. But it looks like we got all of them up in here now as we get ready for the first or for the first kickoff. This is really gonna set the pressure, and it is gonna go the way of Grandmasters as they get the first possession here. Bagels going over one, but cannot beat Fishy on the backboard. Fishy gets past another, but Bubbly able to clean up quickly. It's the dog clearing it into his corner. Bubs able to follow it up, but not able to get much further than the midfield as Goff. He has an early chance on net, but saved away by Fishy. Goff, another ceiling pinch out to Bagels. Bagels gonna pick it up, try and keep it close, but Fishy once again on top of all these balls here in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, Grandmasters are looking very aggressive here, and that's exactly what you need against a team like Venganza. Bubs, oh my goodness, almost a great play by Bubs. But yeah, Venganza are looking to strike back here, and I think the Grandmasters just need to keep out that pressure if you don't want Venganza in your own half.
Yeah, Venganza, they're a deadly team when it comes to striking with Ladog and Bubs. You can't forget about Fishy. He's a very proficient finisher. It's Bubbly. He's gonna put this a little wide, but Ladog is in a difficult spot to make a play off of it. Goff able to wait it out. Fishy and Bubs double commit, but it's not gonna be too serious as of right now. As Bubbly, he sends it back to Goff, who gets a bit of a clear out. And he's gonna be able to follow it up. But Ladog able to put it off into the corner. Bagels are gonna be the first one there, trying to work this corner, but Bubs able to shut it down early. So he passes out to Fishy. A huge clear was on target. Goff needing to get the touch away, but he's gonna get by two. Bubs there able to rush back, a huge stop. And right now, all of these 50s, they seem to just go into the corners. Great damage control here from both teams, Charles.
Yeah, it's looking really good. And it's just looking back and forth so far. Not a real advantage as Ladog almost puts it in the back of the net. But I will say, if I had to pick a team who has the edge here, I think it's Venganza. They're looking like their chances could be dangerous, as we just saw. And I'm looking for them to continue that as we head into the halfway point of this match.
Yes, Venganza, they did chances in the dog. He's gonna pull one in off of a bit of a mistouch here from Goff.
An unfortunate touch indeed. We'll say great placement. If you're gonna put it on your own net, might as well be flashy. And it is going to be a 1-0 lead for Venganza. I have to say, I was kind of expecting it, as they did look like their chances were deadly, and that's exactly what we just saw.
Yeah, Venganza, they're able to strike first and within the first half of this game, but we look to Grandmasters if they can respond. But as of right now, no response is coming as Goff gets up early, but not able to beat out Ladog. So the ball's just floating here on the Grandmasters half. Somebody needs to get to it quickly. Goff sends it up, but Bagel's not able to follow it. Bubs in the corner here. He has two Grandmasters to deal with, but the ball's going to go out to Ladog, and he's going to get 50'd away. Fishy now gets by one, throws it into another, and another double commit. A dangerous opportunity, but Bagels was able to get in front of it early. Bubs throwing it off the corner, but Bubbly able to get a huge clear out. He's up in the air, mid, but nobody from Grandmasters was there. And another ball's just going to trickle in front, but Grandmasters, once again, they seem a little patient here after being scored on early.
Yeah, they are patient. I will say they're looking a little panicky in the defensive zone, and if they're going to want to avoid being in the defensive zone, they have to capitalize off those chances, as we see one here, but Fishy's going to clear that away, and Grandmasters looking a little shaky here to start this game one.
And a huge demo coming out from Bubs, able to open up the net, and Fishy has an open net.
Wow, what a shot and what a demo by Bubs. Just the Fishy and Bubs combo gonna come in clutch. If you want to win, just have Fishy and Bubs on your roster, and they will get it done, as it is now a 2-0 lead for Venganza, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, Bubs and Fishy, they go back a little bit of ways, at least 2 seasons now together.
Oh,
huge 50, it's just gonna go in. And now they're back within one, Charles.
I mean, that goal probably shouldn't have happened, but I'm sure the Grandmasters are very grateful as the ball is just going to trickle past the defenders. An unfortunate 50 there, and that's going to put them only down by 1.
A big opportunity to come back here as Goff. He's going to try and find Bagels. Bagels already up. Tried to put it on target. Not, but Bubbly is there. And once again, the shot not going in. So the dog gets a huge clear out. And Fishy's going to be able to follow it in the corner. 0 boost, but it's not going to go his way as Bubs able to clean it up in the midfield. Not going to be able to follow it. A huge demo trade as the dog puts it down. Fishy's going to be the first one there. He has an open net. It might go in. Bubbly Reaper needs to get a big save. And he follows it up. Gets it away from the dog, but Bubs able to follow it up once again. Looking for the double tap. Not able to find the angle. And 30 seconds remaining here. The game right now in Venganza's favor as Fishy, another shot on net, really stalling out this Grandmaster's defense from transitioning out. It's the dog in the corner once again, but Goff, a huge clear. This could be it. It's going on target, but Bubs able to get back on time. Fishy just needs to keep it close to him. Force a 50. He gets it by 1. He gets 2. It's an open net. He's going to throw it off the backboard. And the dog tries to get it in, but Bubbly makes the save. This Bagels pops it up. Nobody there to follow from Grandmasters in the first game. It's going to go to Venganza.
Venganza looked really good. They had 10 shots. The pressure at the end, I think they had 3 shots in what, like 30 seconds? Just insane pressure, and that's exactly what you want to see. I will say Grandmasters got a little bit of a lucky goal there, and if they want to compete, they're going to have to stop Venganza from getting in their half. They got to stop giving Venganza any room because they're giving them way too much room, and Venganza has been putting in work with the space that Grandmasters has given them.
Yeah, Grandmasters, they need to start capitalizing on that space too. You know, they had that one goal that, you know, some could say was a fluke and some could say was just a good 50, but in the end, it's just not repeatable, and we need to see more repeatable goals from Grandmasters where they can consistently get goals off of infield passes, demos, just starving out the Venganza defense. But right now, Venganza, they have all the pressure in the world.
Yeah, Venganza looking like the better team here, and you know, it's an unfortunate sight to see if you are a Grandmasters fan, but do not fret. They are here for a reason, and I'm looking for them to strike pretty early in this game too. I think they're a little upset about that game number 1, and I guess we'll see where this leads as we are now 30 seconds, almost 30 seconds into this game number 1, and there seems to be a lot of pressure coming from Venganza.
Yeah, Venganza already having the offensive pressure, but just as we say that, the ball is going to get cleared into their half as Bubs, he gets a big double. He gets it by 2. Just has to beat Bagels. Not able to get it by him, but the ball is still loose. And dangerous. A huge shot, but 2 defenders needed to commit to make the save. And Goff, he's bringing it down. Has to beat Bubs. Bubs able to 50 him. And Bagels 50s the dog. And more 50s are being traded, but the ball is not really going any dangerous position. But the dog, awkward and Bubbly, they're going to strike first.
A bounce shot works, and it worked right now for Bubbly. What a shot. It puts it top right off the bounce shot, and the pass by Goff, just perfect. Mwah, chef's kiss. That's exactly what you want to see from the Grandmasters to start off this game number 2.
As Grandmasters, they strike first within the first minute. Already a much different team from the last one, or from the last game. It's the ball up early, but Ladog able to make the touch. Goff is here to capitalize once again, but Bubs using all of his boost and another double commit on the Venganza half. As Bubs gets another 50, gets it into the corner, and Ladog needs to clean it up. 2 Grandmasters up against him. 2 Grandmasters taking the shot, and Fishy able to beat out one of them. Ladog trying to get it out, but once again, Grandmasters, they're looking to suffocate this Venganza defense.
Yeah, and they are definitely suffocating Grandmasters a little bit, but I will say that that last series of Grandmaster shots is looking very promising as we have a shot coming in from Bubs' top corner.
A huge read here from Bubs, able to pass it out to Ladog. Ladog throwing it off the backboard, and a huge follow from Bubs once again. And that's the response that you need here if you're a Venganza fan. They really need to keep these games close, and when the games get close and scrappy, it just really goes to Venganza. I think their play style really helps out with that. As Bagels, he's already up, but Fishy able to save it away. Goes all the way down to the other half. Goff needs to get that touch. The dog sends it down middle, but Bagels able to clear it away as Goff throws it off the backboard. Bubs there, and Bagels, he's the last one back, retreating. And Fishy's going to be the first one on the scene to 50 him. As Fishy gets a huge 50. And another one right out in front. The dog is there, goes off the sidewall. And Bubs already up, trying to find the angle. It was a dangerous shot, as no Grandmaster was up quick enough. And now, the dog throwing it off the sidewall. Bubs still there. The dog once again, and Bubbly able to come in clutch. And right now, the Grandmaster's defense is holding strong.
Yeah, and they're looking really good. I think they've actually looked really great this entire series. And that's what, actually, as we say that, an own goal going to come out, and that's going to be a 2-1 lead for Venganza.
An unfortunate own goal from Bubbly. I don't think he expected it to go just straight down. And if you're Venganza, you're just going to have to take it, as we're just under halfway through this game. The scoreline the same as the last one. As Goff, he has the opportunity to tie it up, but it's just going to go wide, and the dog is going to save it away anyways. As Goff throws it down to Bubbly. Bubbly able to get saved away by Fishy. But Bagels, he's in the corner trying to get it out mid, but Bubs, a huge clear is going to send Grandmasters retreating. And Charles, right now the Venganza clears, they're looking great. They're making all these Grandmasters players turn.
Yeah, and they're looking really good. Definitely some clears are important if you want to keep a team on their heels, and that's exactly what's happening to Grandmasters right now. They're looking a little bit panicky here, as Fishy's gonna pop it up, try to pop it up above their whole defense, but Grandmasters looking a little panicky, as I was mentioning earlier. And you can't have this continue, obviously, but I think the key to making them panic is the Venganza clears, as you reiterated. And I have to ask you, Puggles, how do you think this game is going to go, and who do you think the key player is, as we are now a minute left in this game?
Well, the key player has to be, on the Venganza side, has to be Bubs, because he's getting all this offensive pressure going and getting those huge clears. But from Grandmasters, it has to be Bubbly. He's doing a whole lot of this defensive legwork, and when those clears come out, he's definitely the one that's getting the most reliable clears. As Fishy, he's a little bit awkward here, not able to beat out Goff, but Bubbly able to read Goff's pass off the sidewall. A huge pass from Bagels. It's going to go right back out in front of the net. It's dangerous, but Grandmasters, not wanting to commit all three, decide to stay and wait as the opportunity goes awry. As Fishy, he's going to take it out of his own half. He's going to stick with it, throws it off the corner. He's still going as one of the Grandmasters miss. And all three of them need to rally together in order to get a goal here in the last 10 seconds. As Ladog, he's going to keep it close once again. Throws it out mid for Bubs. Bubs, a shot on net. Bubbly not needing to make a save. And the ball still up. Bubbly passing it over mid to Goff. Goff throwing it off the backboard, but Bubs is already there, and he puts it down. And once again, Venganza are going to take it 2-1.
Venganza, yet again, was just the better team. They kept Grandmasters on the back foot, and that's what I think the key is. If you want to be Grandmasters, they have a really killer offense, and if you keep them on their the defensive half, that's exactly what's going to happen. And 2-0, looking really good in this series, and I expect this trend to continue if the Grandmasters don't make an adjustment here.
Yeah, Grandmasters, an adjustment, I would agree with you, is much needed, but you really got to look to some of these players, Goff and Bagels. I mean, they're putting up some offense with a few shots, but really nothing is coming from it right now. As once again, this goal I don't really think is very repeatable. It kind of relied on a mistake here from Venganza, but Venganza, looking to them, they're doing great. A few goals, or one of their goals in this game, maybe off of a little fluke, but if you're Venganza, you just gotta keep taking it. And Grandmasters, they need more offense. They're just being starved out on their defense right now.
Yeah, and when Grandmasters are on, they're on. especially on the offensive side of the ball. And maybe they need to play more physical. I mean, they've been in the Venganza zone, but they haven't been able to keep that pressure. But the same cannot be said by Venganza. They've been constantly keeping pressure in the Grandmaster zone, and I think that is the key in this game number 3.
Yeah, I heard you brought up demos, and do you think demos is going to help out this Grandmasters team?
I would like to think the demos would help. I'm just a huge fan of demos, so I always hope demos are incorporated. But, who knows at this point. Just looking like a very good opportunity as we saw from Goff, but I'm just looking for Grandmasters to really find that spark here in Game 3.
Yeah, as Bubbly Reaper, known as the Demo King, and he's going to start off early with one of those. We're going to have to see if more come of it as Fishy and the dog both up. Little double commit once again from Venganza. We've seen a few of those in each game, but none of them have yet to be taken advantage of from Grandmasters as Bubs. He has a pretty good look on net as Bubbly Reaper.
Oh, no.
50s Bubs, and he's just going to own goal.
Just an unfortunate own goal, but Bubs takes that to the house. I think he actually meant to do that. Beautiful 50, and, an unfortunate goal, but a goal definitely needed for Venganza. And, if you're a Venganza fan right now, very happy with their gameplay. And, if Venganza keeps playing like this, I think they're going to take this game number 3.
Yeah, this game 3, if Venganza wins it, they are going to go up onto series point, in which Grandmasters, they're going to have to pull something out of the hat for a reverse sweep. But Bubs,
oh no,
goes in, but the net was opened up by Fishy on a huge demo.
The skill. I mean, the 50 is just coming out from Bubs both times. Just beautiful work, and he's really putting the team on his back, trying to propel them to maybe a series sweep here if this continues.
Yeah, Bubs, one of those standout players, the highest MMR or the highest rated MMR player on his team. He's really pulling it out with that huge 50. But Bubbly Reaper, not to be outdone, is going to get another one. And we have another 2-1 scoreline. We got to see if one of these teams breaks it.
I will say, Bubbly Reaper's goal looking really good. I mean, both of Venganza's goals have been off of 50s, but a very skillful 50s rather. And Grandmasters on the back foot yet again. Let's see if they can get some offense here. And I have to ask you, Puggles, how do you think this game 3 is going to turn out? I know the series doesn't, or the game doesn't actually go exactly as you want it to, but what is your prediction for this game number 3?
Well, this in the middle of the game right now, I think Venganza's already going to take it because they have the lead. But Goff, he's just gonna get a clear try to make me eat my own words, but he's gonna get stopped by this Venganza defense once again. As Fishy, he's in an awkward position. He has Bagels go, try and 58 in, and another dangerous shot. Fishy, a huge save, but it's not going to be enough. And Grandmasters, they're finally going to break their 1-goal curse.
3 of the goals in this game have been scored off of very important 50s. 50s coming in clutch here, and for both teams, and it's a tie game right now. And the winner of this game could have, if Grandmasters win this game, they could have their best foot going forward into that game 4. But if Venganza wins, it's pretty much looking like locks, especially considering that you are going to have a game 7 series, and the stamina that would be required for a reverse sweep is pretty much nearly impossible. And Venganza's just looking for that game 3 win.
As the dog able to stand tall on defense, and like you said, this is where Grandmasters need to show up on the offense. But Fishy, another save, but again, not gonna be enough. As Bubbly Reaper, he's gonna get a hat trick off of 2 desperation saves.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate on the Venganza side of the ball. Double commit going out there, and I think that's actually what led to the goal. But I will say, on either side, the Venganza or the Grandmaster side, one player has stood out from both teams. You have Bubbly Reaper on the Grandmaster side and Bubs on Venganza. Both have 5 goals combined. Actually, all the goals combined, and they're looking real hot, hoping to propel each of their teams to a win here.
As we're gonna have to see Bub step up once again, or maybe one of his two teammates get on the scoring board for this game. There's Bubs. He's gonna send a 50 up in the mid, but Ladog is gonna get 50'd out by Goff, but a huge shot on net. Bubbly Reaper able to save away Fishy's shot. And Bubbly Reaper, he's gonna take it out from his own half, but Bubs able to clean it up. He's gonna stick with it. Beats two. Bagels last one back, but Fishy, he's bumped by Bubbly. An important bump there is Bagels. He's gonna get a demo for himself. And Bubs, he's retreating into his corner. He's gonna stick with it, but Bagels able to get away from him. Fishy, again, starting from his corner, trying to break it out. But Goff meets him in the midfield, passes to Bubbly Reaper. Goff off the back, we're looking for a double. Can't connect, but Bubbly can. And another big save from this Venganza defense. This time it's gonna stay out. Bagels, or Bubs, is gonna beat out Bagels, and Goff throws it back in. And right now, Charles, this Grandmaster's offense looks completely different to the previous games.
Not only their offense, but their defense is looking good too. And that's exactly what you want from Grandmaster's team. That was tied. They had a tied record with Venganza, and I was expecting a close game, and I think that's what actually, or close series, and that's exactly what I thought we were going to see, and you know, the scoreline just proves it.
As Fishy, he's going to prove it with a huge capitalize off a little misread there from Bubbly. And now the game's tied up once again. 42 seconds left on the clock. The game can be won in regulation here as Bagels takes it up the wall, but he's not going to be able to stick with it as Fishy. He takes another shot on net. Goff able to save it away, give it to his teammate. There's a few passing plays goes on here. Bagels throws it on net. Bubbly Reaper is going to get shut down. As Goff, the last man back, needs to get a good touch, and the dog able to read it off the sidewall, not able to get the double. But Fishy, another shot on target. Goff stretching to make that save, and Bubbly, a huge clear all the way down, but it goes straight to Bubs on the Venganza half. 10 seconds remaining. Bubs up again, trying to get another 50, a triple commit from the Grandmaster's defense, and it's going to work for him as 1 second's going to remain. Fishy's going to keep it up, but it's not going to stay up for much longer. And Charles, we have our first overtime of this series.
I'm kind of surprised this is the first overtime. Both these teams have been pretty much in a stalemate all of these games. And honestly, it depends on who can get to the net and who can apply the most pressure. And I think that's actually a trend that we're going to see here. As right now, it is the Grandmasters who are applying pressure, but it could swing Venganza's way.
Yeah, very possible. As Bubbly Reaper, he gets the exterminator of infield pass to...
Oh!
And a huge shot bottom right. A big way to cap off this game 3.
A beautiful way to cap off game 3. Bottom right corner, exactly what you want. Just barely got it past Bubs, and what a beautiful play.
Beautiful play indeed, but I mean, you gotta give it to Venganza. This is the first game they've lost, and it went all the way to overtime. As we see a little talking here in the chat, but what do you gotta see from Venganza here to bounce back?
I think we have to see they played an excellent game, but we have to see better defense from them, and I think that's exactly what we're gonna see going into this game number 4.
Yeah, that defense, the greatest at times, but the 2 of those 3 goals did come off of missed touches and desperation saves from Fishy, so you really got to look to hopefully clear those up a little bit. But now going into game 4, this is where the series could be tied. That's if Grandmasters win, or Venganza, they can push it to match point right here and go on a triple match point, Charles.
Yeah, the match point is looking possible for Venganza. They just need to play the same way that they did last match, but with a little bit more adjusting, as they did look like a great team, and we see it now as Ladog's gonna put in the back of the net.
An early kickoff goal here for Venganza as Ladog able to get an open net off of the bump from Bubs. And last game, we saw the Exterminator come out from Bubbly Reaper on the Grandmaster's side. So you really got to look to Bubbly to do that once again and set up his team for those open clears and those open nets. But right now, it looks like Bubs is going to be the one clearing the way for his team.
Yeah, Bubs is looking hot. Looking obviously for Bubs and for Bubbly to put the team on their backs. And, you know, so far, it looks like neither of them have the direct advantage. But if you want to win, you have to let your star player play. That's exactly what I'm hoping to see as the series continues.
Yeah, but you cannot forget about those remaining 4 players on the pitch. No one person can carry their team to greatness in this Titan League, as all of these players very sound mechanically and, well, hopefully rotationally as well. As Fishy, he's going to get a big clear out to Bubs. Bub, another huge 50. It's going to roll straight down, and Fishy is able to capitalize on it. And Venganza, they got a 2-0 lead in the first minute.
There goes the clears yet again. Just beautiful ball. And Fishy's going to put that any day of the week. What a beautiful goal.
And they really don't come much easier than that, or roll down right in front of the net and an open net to score on. But you got to look to Bubs as he sets up that huge 50, a flat car 50. Goes right over the heads of pretty much everyone as Bubs trying to get it by Bagels, but Bagels all the way down, but Bubs able to come back and get that demo as the Grandmaster is a little slow on the transition. This time Bagels is going to pick up the pace, try to get it up in the air, but Bubs able to shut it down on 2 players, almost 3 on Goff. But Goff able to beat out 1, throws it over to Bagels. Bagels trying to keep it close, but not close enough for Fishy to beat him. As the clear comes out for Venganza. The dog already up in the corner, not able to get the read. As Goff, a huge clear out, but Fishy able to throw it over to his teammate Bubs, not able to connect, and Bagels is able to put it in the back of the net.
What a beautiful goal, and Fishy accidentally gives it right to Goff. Goff to Bagels, and another top corner shot. The shooting is looking good in this game, and I expect it to continue as the series progresses.
Yeah, Goff with the huge setup there as he was able to read that a little mistouch there. As Bagels tries to get it out, can't find the flip reset, but Bubs is gonna take it off. I'm gonna 50 once again, but Goff able to get it on the right side this time. As Bagels trying to get it out, doesn't get much further than the midline. As Fishy throws it over to Bubs, a big pop up going into the corner. These Grandmasters need to retreat back once again. Bubs, another big pinch going off the backboard. Could be dangerous. The dog is up. He's going to throw it over to his teammate Bubs, who gets another crazy 50. But Goff able to get up before Fishy does and save it away. As Bubbly, Fishy, or 50's the dog. Bagels throwing it out. And Bubbly able to pick it up. A huge bump. Goff right there. Not able to put it in, but Fishy, he's going to put it in for him.
I mean, great play, especially on that bump from Bubbly, and that's going to open it up. And, you know, tie game here. It's looking like anybody's game.
A bit of an own goal there from Fishy as it's tied 2-2. Half of the game remaining as Bubbly comes off the ceiling, not able to get a flip. As Bubs able to take it off him. Bagels trying to beat him, but nobody can. And the dog there once again, but gets 50 by Bagels. Bubs throws it out mid, but Venganza electing to retreat back. Give Grandmasters a little bit of space. But then they come in once again. Bubs in the midfield trying to throw it up for a teammate, but Goff able to shut it down early. Fishy, a big 50. It's going to roll up the corner. Fishy's there. Bubbly beats him to it, but Bubs able to get the next touch. Shoots it on target. And a big bump there from Bubbly and an equally big one from Bubs clearing out the net. But Fishy not able to get it much further than the midline once again. As the ball's gonna be taken right from him. Bubbly out middle, but none of his teammates ready for it. Bubs up in the air trying to get it past 1, but he gets it past 2. Bubbly the last one back. Goff reads that pass. And the dog able to save it away. And a minute now remaining here. Charles, both of these teams looks like to have some killer offense.
Yeah, the offense is looking good, and I think that's definitely going to be a key for both teams, how well their offenses can perform. And we almost saw a goal trickle in for Grandmasters, and I think Grandmasters are looking like the better team. They do have 7 shots, and, you know, I will say, this game could go to anybody, And if it were to go to anybody, I think Grandmasters might be the people to get it.
As another close call for Venganza, as it's able to be saved away as the dog keeping it close to him off the backboard. He beats out one, but cannot beat out Bagels. As Bubs gets it by one, but that's just the story of this game or this series so far. You can get it by one, but usually not past two. It's the dog able to get a big save away. And Bubbly's gonna throw it down, but none of the Venganza players able to connect, and none of the Grandmasters players able to connect. As Fishy, a dangerous shot on net, a triple commit in the net.
Ooh.
Grandmasters, they're gonna be able to survive. And a little bit of a misread as Fishy, he's gonna be forced to go. Bagels not able to follow it, but Goff is. Interesting 50 is gonna happen as Fishy, he's gonna pop it up. It goes right to Bubs, but Bubbly able to put it away from him. The ball yet to hit the ground. The dog rolls it up the wall. Bagels is there. Bubs takes it away from him, rooking the corner. We're right there for Fishy, but Fishy not able to get the shot on net. And once again, we go to another overtime, Charles.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that Grandmasters do look like the better team, but I don't know. Venganza starting to look a little hot here, and I expect this to continue into this overtime, and maybe, just maybe, they could clinch a series lead, or rather a series point as we are continuing this overtime here, and Venganza is looking hot.
Venganza looking to win this game and claim that match point. But right now they need to get past this Grandmaster's defense. As Fishy able to get a huge clear out to Ladog. Ladog putting it down, but two people from Grandmasters commit once again. As Bubs is going to throw it on target. Goff able to get up early. He's going to try and follow up, but Fishy able to cut it down. Bubbly is there, but Bubs gets it over one, not able to tap it, and Goff able to get back just in time to throw it into the corner. Bagels trying to get it out, but right now Venganza, they're having some great offense and some great midfield pressure, Charles.
Yeah, and I think midfield pressure is the name of their game, as the clears have just been coming out and they have just been winning those 50s. I think the main person who is winning those 50s has to be Bubs with his dominance, and he's looking really good. Definitely a standout player, but it doesn't take it away from Fishy and Ladog, as they have been looking great as well. This whole Venganza team is looking excellent, but on the other side of the ball, things are looking good as well. As you know, it's still tied in this overtime, and a goal is definitely coming soon as both these teams look dangerous.
Yeah, the goal from the Charles Foresight coming soon to theaters near you, but right now Grandmasters, they seem to have the possession. The Ladog trying to get it out, not able to pass to, as Goff throws it off the backboard, but Ladog able to clear it away before it even gets there. Goff off the sidewall, but Bubs again able to get a big clear out, forcing these Grandmasters to return back and try and get something through this midfield. But right now Venganza, they're kind of locking it down as Bubs, he needs to go up early. He gets a bit of a mistouch, but Bagel's not able to capitalize off of it. Bubs still a little awkward as he pops it up off the backboard. He's going to stick right behind it. Follow with it. Goff not able to get a touch, but Bagels is. Bagels sticking right behind the dog there. Throws it middle for Fishy. Fishy going up off the backboard, but Bubbly able to lock it down. Bubs once again popping it up. Gets a flipper set. Beats one, beats two. Trying to get off. Goff able to save it away, but this could be the Bubs a huge joy, able to go in, and Venganza, they go to match point.
Bubs is unstoppable. Oh my goodness, the double flip reset. And he doesn't get the goal there, but he sticks with it. And he's going to put Venganza at match point here. And, you know, I'm just kind of scared for the Grandmasters at this point. I mean, they've been at the back foot pretty much this whole series, but looks pretty desperate for them right about now.
Yeah, and desperate is the word that I would use personally, as immediately after that replay starts, Goff calling the timeout, already wanting to put it on the sheet, as Grandmasters, they look to ice out Venganza a little bit, specifically Bubs, who's been getting some crazy 50s and some crazy shots. He's just unstoppable right now is the way to put it.
Yeah, unstoppable indeed. And I will say, Grandmasters played a great game. It's kind of like whoever takes the overtime win, it doesn't take away from the other team. I mean, at this point, Grandmasters looking really good, but just they need to tighten up their defense a little bit. They're letting Venganza kind of get behind them a little bit. As you saw, Bubs just putting on a great redirect from beside the net. But Grandmasters just need to tighten up that defense, win those midfield battles. That is huge, especially get some good clears. That is what Venganza is known for. And if you can redirect it right back into their face, I'm sure they're not going to appreciate it that much. And they might start respecting you a little more on those 50s.
Yeah, and those 50s, they're just being dominated by Venganza, as you were saying. And for Grandmasters, what do Grandmasters need to change in order to come away with at least one or two more game wins?
I mean, I know what I want to see, bumps and demos, but I know that is probably not in their game plan right now. I know it is in their game plan. As I mentioned earlier, winning those midfield battles. And that is exactly what I expect to see. And maybe even starting off a little, they need to start off confident. They need to start off aggressive, really kind of scare that Venganza team. And, kind of start off like they did at the beginning of game one. They looked hot, they looked fresh, and they just need a good start and a good finish. That is all that matters as the players are joining up now, and I'm just ready for some more Nemesis playoff action. I don't know about you, Puggles.
Yeah, as we go in to game 5, ready would be an understatement. I've been ready all day for this, as the game going quickly into the Grandmaster's favor. A huge early goal, first 6 seconds. Bubbly Reaper is going to capitalize.
That is a pinch of the ages. Bagels just putting it past everybody, and what a shot by Bubbly. If that was saved, I would have been so sad, as that pinch looked really, really good.
Yeah, as that pinch, it rolled just right for this Bubbly out in the midfield. And if you're a Grandmasters fan or player, this is really what you need here off the start. As Fishy trying to get it by 1, but not able to get much further than that. Is Ladog not able to read it in the corner. Fishy throwing it off the sidewall. Ladog and Bubs both bumping into each other. Another double commit, but honestly, at this point, Venganza, they've been having one of those a game. So those yet to be capitalized upon by Grandmasters, as Fishy, he gets a big clear out, as it looks like the Venganza defense is a little discombobulated, bumping into each other, but their offense looks as dangerous as ever, as Bubs trying to send it mid for Ladog, but gets saved away quickly, as Goff not able to get by Bubs, as Bubbly Reaper puts it on target. Another double commit as Ladog throws it over to Bubs. Bubs off the backboard. He's going to look for the double, not able to connect. And Fishy, his teammate just died, but he has to take his time as the ball goes out mid, and another double commit as Bubs is going to try and 50 Goff, but Goff gets it by 1, but Fishy able to beat out his brother and Bubbly. Ladog, another big clear. This Venganza clear is really making this Grandmasters team play super far back. But honestly, if I'm Grandmasters right now, I'd rather be far back than far up, Charles.
Yeah, because it's looking dangerous on those counterattacks for Venganza, and that's another key to their arsenal. They are just such a dynamic team, and their play style is unlike any other play style I've ever seen. I know I'm just a novice player talking, but they're looking really good, and their play style, just being so dynamic, it really works out in their favor, because they can basically do whatever they want. They can turn on they can go at all cylinders, and we might start seeing that as they do have the match point, and maybe if I'm them, I'm looking to close it out without any more trouble.
Yeah, I think the sooner they close it out, the better, as Ladog gets it out to Bubs. Bubs in a 1v1 against the post, but Ladog still sticking around, and Venganza, they tie it up once again.
I mean, when are we going to stop seeing Bubs just absolutely destroy Grandmasters with the 50s? I mean, I think I've just been seeing it all game. I don't know about you viewers, but I think Bubs is definitely looking like he's going to win MVP of this series. And, I wouldn't take it away from Ladog and Fishy. They played excellent as well. This whole Venganza organization is looking sharp. And, you know, if they win this, they're definitely a dangerous team going into the semifinals.
Dangerous would be a bit of an understatement, as right now they seem to be in control of this series. Specifically Bubs. As Bubs, he gets another huge clear. These clears working out so well for Venganza. I've yet to see a reasonable attempt to stop these from Grandmasters, as they seem to just be letting them happen, but they don't start playing further back. Especially he gets a bump onto Goff. Bubs, he's already there, but Goff able to recover in time. But Ladog dunks one. Bagels is going to throw it out to Fishy. Fishy looking for the double tap. He's going to go up and get it, but Goff able to save it away. But Bubs, top left on the midfield. Nobody was ready for it.
Talk about a dagger. Oh my. I think the defender actually gave up at that point. I mean, I would too. Top right corner. Are you kidding me, Bubs? Are you kidding me? This guy has no chill, and he's definitely looking to put away Grandmasters and this game number 5.
As Grandmasters, they're looking to come right back as Bubbly Reaper. He's going to find Bubs sitting in net, a huge bump to open up the net here for Bagels.
Yeah, definitely a huge goal for Grandmasters. You know, we haven't talked about their offense as much as Venganza, but their offense is very stout. They can score when they want to, but obviously has not been enough, as they are down 3-1 in the series, and, you know, hoping they can take this Game 5 victory, and they definitely need this if they want to continue down the path of winning.
As winning is going to be something they're going to need to do. They're going to have to win out this series to move on. As Goff started to look in this game, but Fishy demos Bagels all the way on the back end for Grandmasters. He's going to force Bubbly to come up sooner than he wanted to. As Bubs, he's going to get a demo on Bagels, but right after Bagels gets the big clear. And Bubbly, he's already threatening some of these Venganza players that are sitting back. As Bagels in this corner with a shot on, not able to really put it all the way in. As Goff, he's going to get absolutely dunked by Ladog, and seems to rush back, cannot connect, and Ladog is going to put his team up with 30 seconds left.
Did we mention that Venganza is good at clearing the ball? Well, if we didn't, Venganza is good at clearing the ball, and that's exactly what we just saw. Top corner, the defender had no chance. Maybe like some sort of a chance, but it looked pretty good from Venganza's angle, and they are now up by 1 with 30 seconds left.
We could have just witnessed the dagger into this Grandmaster.
Oh no!
Not yet, as Bagels able to put a heater onto target.
Oh no, a big mistake coming out from Bubs. Gonna redirect that right into the right corner, and just an unfortunate redirect. You know, if I'm Grandmasters right now, I'm kind of, you know, catching my breath a little bit of stress, being relieved, but you're definitely gonna want to score now. I would not want to go into an overtime with these guys, and, you know, it's looking like Venganza might just win this entire series.
Yeah, but first they need to win this game, as Bubbly is going to save the way the 2-second chance, as Fishy is going to get under 1, but they're able to get this save. Grandmasters forcing the overtime, and this is the third one so far. Both overtimes going 1-for-1. And Charles, who do you have taking this third overtime here?
You know, I know my prediction said Grandmasters was going to win in 7, but you know what? I think with how Bubs is performing and how his team is looking so good, I think it has to be Venganza to really take this one from Grandmasters. I know a lot of people might be disagreeing with me, but Venganza has looked like an excellent team, and, you know, I expect to see them win this series.
As they're going to have to win this overtime in order to win this series. Is Bubbly throwing it off the sidewall, and Bubs able to read it early. Goff able to get it by Fishy, and he's going to look for a pinch here. It goes right out to Ladog, but Ladog, not the greatest clear in the world, as Bagels going to put it on target. Bubs able to save it away. But Fishy not able to clear it out for the Venganza defense. This is going to be dangerous. Goff putting it on target. Bubs needs to rush back to net. But he's able to save it away for a second as Bagels trying to threaten this corner. But nothing comes of it. As Bagels already up in the air. Bubs able to beat it away. But Goff able to read that clear attempt. As Fishy is going to stick with the ball. He's going to try and get it out. Bubbly able to pop it over one. Ladog not able to get it by Bubbly. And Bubs once again getting a big 50. He's going to stick with it up on the sidewall. He gets bumped off by this Grandmasters team. They're just pests to them, trying to keep themselves in the series, Charles.
Yeah, Grandmasters, you know, as we mentioned earlier, they've been on the back foot all series, but they need to start moving that offense. They need to start pushing Venganza back, making them panic a little bit, and that's not what we're seeing right now. Definitely some mid-game adjusting definitely needs to happen.
Whew. As Bob's almost able to put it in there, but like you said, some mid-game adjusting. It will probably be needed for one of these teams to break through. Both of these defenses looking so good, but Ladog able to Fishy. This might just go in, but it goes off the post. Grandmaster's able to stay alive for this much longer, and Bagels looking to counter attack, but not able to get it on target or get a very good center out of it. As Goff throwing it around. Bagels trying to beat out Ladog, but Bubbly able to get there, but Ladog, this might just go in. It goes off, and that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it for this series as Venganza, they take it in 5.
And there it goes again. You know, that one goal, or that one shot, rather, that looked like it was about to go in, but didn't. They definitely got their revenge on that second shot, and definitely they pushed up a little bit too far with that third man the Grandmasters did, and that kind of what bit them. And, you know, unfortunate loss for Grandmasters. And honestly, they played well, but I expected more from them. Especially, I expected more of just their whole roster, and I needed like one of them to step up in this game, which just didn't happen.
Yeah, you know, looking at Grandmasters, they have all these big names of Bagels, Goff, and Bubbly Reaper, but it really it only looked like one of them really showed up, and that was Bubbly. So, you know, you really gotta feel for him and his team, as they are gonna lose here in 5, just like all the other series, but this time a little bit more one-sided, Charles.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but I will say that Titan League match was definitely more tame than the one we experienced last night. As you know, I did not expect Venganza to come out and perform as well as they did, but they definitely put Grandmasters in their place. But I will say, Grandmasters were with them every step of the way. They looked great. They played great. They just couldn't get it done this time.
Yeah, and unfortunate for them, but that is going to do it for this game, or this series, as the next series coming up, it's a Novice League game here, Charles, and you might know these two teams of Frost and Gorgons. Should be pretty entertaining here.
No, very entertaining. As we have beaten both those teams, but I will say the harder challenge has to be Frost. As you know, if I were looking at a team I did not want to play against, it would be Frost. And you know, Gorgons, great team as well, but that Frost team is looking dangerous right now. I mean, you got Icarus, Saint, and Music on their team, all three great players, and you know, I look forward to watching that next series, and I think all of you viewers at home should as well.
And with that, we're going to send it to a break. Don't be gone for too long, as this next series is coming up pretty soon.
Started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another potential matchup, which may potentially not be a matchup, as some information has determined that one of the players may not be back home in time to play the series. Another one might not even be here. But you know, either way, we're gonna just try and hope for the best. I've got my boy, the legend, the man I finally got to meet at LAN, had a great time with, partied just a little bit with. What's going on, Speed? How you doing?
Oh, what's going on? I wish we partied a little bit more, but the partying we did have, it was a pleasure. I enjoyed it, but no, I'm doing pretty good. I thought I was going to be running late again tonight with another on-call. That hasn't been fun, but I was looking forward to casting this novice match. I thought it was going to be a really, really good one, and I hope I still do, but from the information we got, it's not looking too hot.
Yeah, apparently, one of the Gorgons players, don't have to name them, but they are about 15 miles away from their house, last time we heard, a couple minutes ago. And they have now 7 minutes to get home, hoping that their PC is already on Rocket League, or else Frost will be taking the forfeit win. Which in that case, I mean, I guess we can talk a little bit about this matchup, assuming it somehow still does happen. Can you tell me a little bit about these two teams, Speed?
Well, you got Frost, who's coming in at the 2 seed. Easily could have been the 1st seed or the 3rd seed, as there was a 3-way tiebreaker that happened. It ended up slotting them down at the 2 seed, coming in at 12-6. You know, they got a nice, really good, solid roster with. I'm drawing a mind blank now, and I don't have that page up in front of me. Hold on, sorry. Icarus, Saint, and why am I having such a mind blank? And Music. They acquired Music a little bit later in the season, towards the end, right before trade deadline, and ever since then, I don't think they've lost a game with Music. Maybe one when they had all 3 of them playing, but. You know, they're really solid. I got to meet Icarus and Saint at Worlds as well, and that was awesome. And then Gorgons have been really hot as of late. Cool Socks has been peaking out of his mind. You know, a 1K MMR on the sheets, and you know he's now a starter and peaking, and he looks really good. But also teammates up with C-Ben and Chops as the starting roster. You know, they're starting to look really good, and I know Frost is coming in at the 2 seed, but you know I wouldn't expect, you know, I wouldn't be surprised, I should say, if Gorgons ended up taking this one, if we are able to play this one out.
And this is all speculative right now, but I could definitely see this one being a close matchup as well. We do know these players from the Gorgons. You know, they have a little bit of a lesser record, but especially in the Novice League, anything can happen. The Gorgons have been looking good. Also, apparently, getting coaching from Parallax. I'm not sure if Parallax coached Frost or the Gorgons here, actually. I wasn't able to decipher from chat. But I do know he was coaching one of these teams. Might be a little bit underwhelming if the coaching is not able to show. But perhaps we can, in the meantime, pull up the play-in playoff bracket. I don't know if our goated streamer here has that ready. But if he does, if not, we do have all the matches online either way. The winner of this matchup, Frost Gorgons, will move on to the semifinals, where the Whelps are sitting, and the Whelps just barely managed to take down the Ninjas in a thrilling 7-game series. I don't know if you had the chance to catch that one, Speed, but the Whelps looking pretty solid here heading into the semifinals as well.
Yeah, they are too. And I did watch it, as the Ninjas was my org, so you know I'm always there supporting my boys, watching every one of my org games. In the playoffs, that is. Regular season, obviously, a little harder, but that game was so thrilling, very back and forth. You know, in that game 7, it could have gone either way, but you know, Whelps, they really popped off, and they're looking really good, and it's good to see them, you know, catch back into the stride that, you know, they really started the season with. They did come into a lull towards the end of the season, and you know, went through a little rough patch, but you know, I think that Worlds break might have done them some good, gave them some time off, some rest away from the game. And you know, a lot of people always say when you take that little short break and you come back, they always feel like they play better, that they start peaking. And you know, it looks like that's what happened for the Whelps.
Yeah, I definitely am a firm believer that those breaks are underrated. I know for myself, I don't know about you as well, but coming back after Worlds, I think the first day I played, it was a little bit shaky. The mechanics weren't quite there, but then the second day, you know, I felt rejuvenated, felt fresh. Managed to get the sweep on the Drakes in my Ascension team, if I do say so. Felt like a pretty nice win. But sometimes those breaks can be pretty solid. And looking also at the upper side of the bracket, we do have Ignite now facing off against the Spitfires. I gotta say, Ignite yesterday, I didn't get a chance to watch the full series, but they managed to come in as the number 8 seed. Or, wait a second. Yeah, okay. They were actually the 10th seed at the beginning, so the lowest rated team going into the play-in tournament managed to make it out through the play-ins, and then up against the number 1 seed. Actually, looking at this now, I'm realizing Ignite has not dropped a single game against a team through the play-ins or playoffs, even facing up against the number 1 seed. Are they just... I mean, I've been saying it since I watched them reverse sweep on, I believe, the last series of the season. They look like a phenomenal team. Are they just like massive favorites to win now? Because they kind of came out of nowhere.
I think they might be massive favorites. I didn't realize it until you just mentioned it, and I had to look for myself. But yeah, they've swept all 3 matches they've had in the postseason so far, including that number 1 team that you just stated. And that number 1 team in the Pawns is no joke either. And that's no easy accomplishment there to say, oh yeah, we swept the Pawns. Like, that's like, oh, you swept the Pawns. Like, okay, I'm starting to shake in my boots and really, keep an eye on you. Because, going through the play-in tournament, people were kind of like, yeah, Ignite, they're playing hot right now, but are they really that good? And they definitely just proved that they are that good. So, Spitfires, I know, Jorbage and the defending champs there are going to, hopefully not overlook that fact that they are really hot and proving it. And they're ready to play because this Ignite team is ready to play and they're looking to go all the way. And, I would be really cool if they're able to keep up that sweep fashion all the way through, if they're able to do it and win grand finals in a sweep as well. I would like the content to go game 7. We always do, but the content on the backside of it, of them sweeping every match in the playoffs, would also be insane.
Yeah, I mean, you could call them boring series because they were all sweeps, but watching Rooney hit 2 of, I think, the best goals I've ever seen in the Novice League in the play-in tournament, that one redirect off the bump that was just a ridiculous angle, and then also hitting the flip reset musty double tap yesterday on stream. I mean, it's been really entertaining to watch those guys play. You could tell, especially Rooney has those mechanics down. When he gets the space, he's able to pop off. It does seem, reading a little bit of Twitch chat here, Jorbage saying we are winning. So you love to see the confidence from them. But with that said, going back, Crip has said GG's. It has now been 10 minutes. I believe Frost will be taking the win in a forfeit. Very underwhelming fashion. And it really is a shame. Another FF win on stream. It really is a shame how many FFs we've had so far this playoffs. I'm not sure that's due to just players not scheduling appropriately or what's going on, but it's been unprecedented so far.
And it's really sad. And I'm trying to take a look here. We got 1 here tonight. Let's see. We haven't had any in the Prospect League. Did we have any in the Challenger? Yep, we had 1 in the Challenger League. So that's 2 so far. We had 1 in the Rival League, and then did we have a Titan FF as well? Yeah, we had 1 today.
Yep.
So that's 4 or 5 FFs already this postseason, and we're just now finishing up the quarterfinal matches tonight. So that's no bueno. You hate to see your season end over an FF, regardless of the circumstances. That's why it's very important to schedule your matches, even so that your sub can make it. Try your best to make it so that all 4 players can make it. And you never know what happens. Like, I'm on call. I could happen to go leave in middle of a series or whatever the case may be. And, I got to have my sub go in if I'm ever on call while, I have a game. So you just always got to be ready for that.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but there is quite a bit of leniency when it comes to scheduling. There's plenty of opportunities. If you're unsure if your team will make it, just try to be a little bit more coordinated. Unfortunately, we know things always happen. Things never always work out exactly as they're intended to, and unfortunately, it has led to a high number of FFs in this postseason. But still, even with all the FFs, we've had some very good series, some quality content, and I look forward to what is held next. Hopefully, moving into the semifinals and grand finals, teams on the cusp of winning it. Hopefully, if for nothing else other than the chance to win some money, everyone can show up. But with that said, I'm not sure if we are just going to take a break until the next series. I know previously we did end the stream and come back. If I could get some clarification, I don't know if we do know what we're doing or if we should just be sent to break. I don't know, we could just hop on the field in 1v1 speed. We could do like some boomer mode. I don't know, man. I was really hyped for some Rocket League action, and now we're just sitting here with our thumbs twiddling about.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if we want a little stream action, I'm here. I'm also going to be here casting next game, so I got to stick around myself anyways. So, I mean, we can stick around. We can do a little whatever if we want.
Okay. We could have we could have a couple players. Are there any? I think all the players from Gorgon's already left. I don't really want to ask them to play. I mean, they're calling for interview. I don't really know what we would interview for. How about we take at least we'll take a short little break here, maybe 5 minutes or so. If we do have some content to come back, we'll try to figure things out. Obviously, things not going exactly as planned, but thank you guys for sticking around as always. Sorry we couldn't get a series this time, but we will be back for at least one more series tonight, if nothing else. Hopefully we will be back sooner than that. But for now, heading to a break. Thank you guys for watching, and we will catch you guys soon.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in a dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
Started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to some more Nemesis Gaming League action. We've got some non-traditional content for you guys, and I am still here in the booth with ya boy Speed Demon. We are straight chilling, about to get this underway. How you feeling, Speed?
I'm feeling good, able to actually pass the time. I'm glad we were able to find something to happen. So we'll give you a little content. We don't want to leave you guys hanging dry for about 45 minutes. So we'll give you a little 1v1 action here, merely. We got your teammate, Mr. Rockerman, the COVID man himself, and he's going to take on his future opponent in Cottony.
Yeah, so we've got a little bit of a sneak preview, I suppose, of the Raptors Ascension game coming up live on Monday. As Rockerman, you all know him very well, going up against another familiar face in Cottony. Cottony also did say that he has been lagging a bit, so we may see some interesting substitutions depending how things go. But for now, we have Rockerman versus Cottony. I got to say, I'm not sure how this one is going to go. I don't know if either of these players. Well, I'm pretty sure Rockerman doesn't play any ones. I don't know if Cottony plays ones. But I got to go ahead and ask you, as we're hopefully going to get this one underway soon. What is your prediction here, Speed?
This is going to be a tough one. Cottony lagging, Rockerman COVID, and hasn't played today. I don't know. It's going game 3 either way, but I think Rockerman might actually pull this one off, depending how bad Cottony's been lagging.
Well, maybe a little bit of lag on the other end of things, as a quick whiff off the kickoff. Cottony will be taking another possession across the field. It will be interesting to see how the playstyles differ. You know, Rockerman, a very demo-heavy player, as Cottony going to get a quick outplay here, going up one early on.
And Rockerman, you can see he hasn't touched the game in a couple hours. He's a little rusty, coming off of the wall, not making the smartest choices. But, you know, Cottony looks to not be lagging. His ping is looking pretty good. He hasn't been fluctuating at all. So, you know, maybe he was just lying and trying to make excuses in case he lost saying he was lagging. Who knows?
Potentially, no one wants to get farmed by Rockerman. Unfortunately, several teams in the Challenger League have become accustomed to that, as Cottony getting the air dribble bump, and already seeing a pretty heavy mechanical advantage, it seems.
Yeah, everyone knows Cottony's a very mechanical player, and Rockerman gets a little taste of his own bump medicine there with the dribble carry bump. But you know, Cottony definitely looks to have a little bit of an edge here. But Rockerman trying to make the kickoff goal happen, but just not enough boost, and Cottony's able to get back just in time.
And he is able to take yet another possession, trying to get the flip reset. Can't find it. Ball left open for a second, but Rockerman, not enough boost to get back to this one. Still, Cottony maintaining control, and so far this has been the theme of game number one here. Looking for a flick. Gets it past, and what a banger, just barely off the post. A little bit of an Athena flick for you there, but still threatening shots being posted every time by Cottony, as Rockerman looking for the bump, still looking for the bump, trying to find a way through, but so far not having any success finding pressure on the net.
And Rockerman doing everything he can, a little unorthodox, to try to make something happen here against Cottony. And Cottony's kind of just owning the boost as well. And, you know, you don't ever see him really, unless if he's really trying to pull off a mechanical move, drop below 30 boost. And Rockerman's been struggling to have 30 boost in his tank. So that's definitely a huge advantage in Cottony's favor as well so far.
Rockerman will manage to pick up the mid boost here, a good sign, but he's not able to generate anything on the offensive side of things. Trying to stay relevant in these plays, getting a few critical touches, but Cottony, that's actually not the best touch. Looking a bit uncomfortable on defense, but still just a brick wall so far. Rockerman will get another 50, but a bit too far for him to try and pull anything off. Now looking for the flick. Drops the ball and can't quite get the low 50. Cottony will have possession once again. Obviously going for another air dribble, looking for the bump, but that's really good avoidance. Rockerman learning from conceding previously in that same position, but with 2.5 minutes left, Rockerman should be able to find his first one here, and he will get the outplay off of the flick.
Yeah, and all around great play there by Rockerman. You know, head up play, knowing that Cottony was going to go for another bump attempt off of the dribble, able to stop it, hold strong, and then, you know, guts the nice flick past Cottony on his challenge. Wide open net. Gives himself plenty of time to work with now, as this is just, like you mentioned, a one-goal game.
He has managed to stop the bleeding. Cottony looking threatening early, but Rockerman with the backflip on the goal line, and Cottony immediately gets another one.
And Cottony, quick power shot right there. Rockerman not trying to bait him out and draw that fake challenge attempt, it looked like, and Cottony did not bite on that, and he's like, I'll just put one hard and fast past you, give myself that 2-goal lead yet again. And, you know, he's definitely looking to stay strong and hungry here.
Now, in another position, down 2 goals. Rockerman looking for some quick offense, but he actually opts to give Cottony possession, heading all the way back into his half. Fake challenge, baiting out the flick. Does manage to do so successfully, but Cottony just taking control once again. He's had possession the whole way through, looking for the air dribble, looking for the dunk. Rockerman will get past. Cottony slightly faster the ball, and so far it does seem like this is a theme. Other than that one outplay, and Rockerman there was the faster one to the ball finally, but wasn't able to put the shot on target. Cottony trying to bring this one to the sidewall, looking for another aerial play. Ball's a little bit too far ahead, so not going to be able to do much, but he will manage to break through, and a godsend of a 50 from him as he's able to get his 4th of the game.
Yeah, he read that he didn't quite play that, the way he wanted to initially, but he did stay strong. He followed up with it. He didn't give up on that play, and he gets that beautiful soft 50 right in his favor, and able to still sneak that in and pinch that off of the post and go in, and give himself another goal here. As the way this game has been looking and playing so far, it definitely seems to be that Rocker Man needs to get one quick and make a little change on how he's playing here against Cottony if he wants to try to take this game one and get another goal or two.
We'll have a nice look here as he sends another one home. Cottony ran out of boost and pushed a little bit too far trying to get... That's a great grab by Rockerman in the corner, keeping the pressure on it. I mean, 2 goals down, but with a minute left, anything is possible. In one's scoring a lot more rapid when it does get started. All Rockerman really needs here is a good kickoff, but that's not going to be the one he needs as the ball heads directly into his net, and every time he's able to get a goal, it's just immediately neutralized by Cottony.
Yeah, it is, and that's what Rockerman was hoping for, except on Cottony's net, not his own net. So, Rockerman, right attempt, just wrong net there. My friend, get him on this kickoff because you still got plenty of time, but you're going to need one quick.
And still plenty of time indeed, but so far the rate of scoring has not favored Rockerman in the slightest. Trying to slow play this one and get the flick, but the flick not quite good enough. Cottony trying to counterattack, gets it past him again, and he will go up 6-2. And Rockerman forced into an even tougher spot to come back from.
Yeah, and Cottony, just great ball control so far in this first game all around. Air dribble plays, ground plays. You can really see his mechanics coming out in that he has control of the ball. And he has really good boost management, we're noticing. I mean, yes, there's a lot of boost in playing ones, but, he's managing to, have the boost advantage over Rockerman, which is definitely huge in ones.
And the boost advantage has been translating into a speed advantage as Cottony not even going to score here, actually, going for a flashier play, going up to the ceiling, but can't get a nice touch off. We'll go to the backboard. He's still trying to put on pressure, but Rockerman with good patience realizes there's no imminent threat. He has to score on this drive or else pretty much all hope is lost. Opting to go for the low 50, but Cottony just standing still. No issue dealing with that, and in fact will be able to pull off the counterattack. Up 7-2, and even in ones, I think it's safe to call this one.
Yeah, I definitely think so, as most kickoff goals in ones at least take 2 seconds, so mathematically, pretty sure this one is over. But yeah, Cottony literally just sat there for a solid 5 seconds, let Rockerman slowly dribble that ball on his hood all the way down the field, and then, Rockerman thinking Cottony was going to bite for the flick and didn't, and just dribbled it right into Cottony's car, and, just unfortunate that, Rockerman wasn't able to draw out that bite by Cottony.
And a convincing victory in game 1 here for Cottony, 7-2. Towards the end, Rockerman getting a little bit over-aggressive, trying to find his way back into the game. But nonetheless, Cottony looked like he had solid control the whole game, and I'm wondering exactly what Rockerman needs to switch up to try and have a fighting chance to take us to the coveted game 3.
Maybe we'll see a F-150 switch off, Maybe the F-150 just isn't, a good 1v1 car.
I don't really rate it as a 1v1 car either. I think it can get by in 3s. I actually do like the mechanics of it. It's a good freestyle 1v1 car, I think. But as far as regular 1v1s, I feel like the 50s are slightly less advantageous than someone using a solid car like the Octane. As we see off the bat, Cottony continuing the scoring, getting another one off the kickoff, and these kickoffs have really been super detrimental towards Rockerman's favor.
They really have. I think we've seen Rockerman win maybe 2 kickoffs so far, and that most of that, like you said, leads into the F-150 and the 50 potential that comes out of those. But he is gonna win a 50 kickoff here, and he's just gonna wait for this one and be able to tap that one in. So Rockerman gets a little bit of a good 50 there. It looks like he played a smart tactic, a little bit of a delay there to actually try to win that 50. And, a little bit of smartness coming out from Rockerman there. He pulled up a little short on that kickoff.
And, I mean, I don't want to discount the success, but did get a little bit fortunate there, actually. Cotney, the one who really botched that kickoff, going too far to the outside of the ball, and the way Rockerman was placed, he was centered behind it, but also a little bit to the left, so just provided a perfect counter. Ball sent off the sidewall into Cotney's corner. With that said, we do now have an even score line. Rockerman trying to gain an advantage early. Surely does not want to repeat, but Cotney with the mechanics going for the flip reset, gets it high. A little bit too high. So that one will be set up for Rockerman, and I think he should be able to finish this one off as the pinch just narrowly goes in, and Rockerman takes his first lead of the series.
Ooh, I thought Rockerman was going to choke on this one, and he was going to miss. Oh, that was a close one, but yes, Rockerman does get the 50 win again. Good clear out, and able to sneak that one in off of the pinch, and now Rockerman with his first lead of the series so far, and he's definitely his defense is looking a lot better as he's able to control, and he's starting to actually challenge Cotney a little sooner.
This is not a great look though. Cotney once again just narrowly missing. He had Rockerman dead to rights, but not able to get the clean finish. He will still maintain control, and the issue for Rockerman here seems to just be getting this ball off of Cotney. He seems hesitant, not sure what to do. I mean, he's giving him a lot of space, and so far the flip resets haven't been effective. He should be getting back to this one. But it really feels like that's more on Cotney not getting the appropriate finishes as opposed to Rockerman. That's a beautiful 50. That's a good aggressive challenge from Rockerman there. It works out about as well as you could hope.
Woo! A banger. 83 miles per hour to top corner, top shelf. That's what you like to see out of Rockerman. He's starting to pick up steam. He was like, first game's a warm-up, and now he's coming in hot.
That will be a nice lead for him. Although with ones, once again, always volatile, always trying to avoid conceding. A nice flick past, and Cotney already bringing it back within one. Another quick kickoff goal.
And so far this game, that's all Cotney's been able to get is stuff right off of the kickoff. So if Rockerman can limit, the kickoff mess-ups or not even mess-ups, but just the kickoff unluckiness, as that's most of the time what happens in ones on kickoff goals. If he can limit those, he's looking pretty good so far in this game number 2.
He is still maintaining an advantage here. Getting a nice bump on Cotney. This might be an opportunity for a counterattack. Rockerman given space. Cotney backing up slightly, but the flick is off target. Still allows the opportunity for the boost steal, but he'll lose possession in the F-150. Actually, Rockerman diving in here. A great aggressive challenge Cotney was not expecting. He might have been able to get to that one, but the low boost proved to be too much of an obstacle to surmount. And the adaptations Rockerman has made seems like he's just getting more aggressive, and so far it's paying off fantastically for him.
Yeah, it really is. As the aggression comes out again there, as he gets the demo, freeing up all the time in the world, setting himself up for an easy tap-in goal here, and now put himself back up by 2. And, the aggression is definitely paying off for Rockerman in this one, as you could definitely see a huge change in the aggression.
And he'll get another kickoff win. Rockerman looking like he may have finally figured out how to counter this. But Cotney will get the possession back and has a temporarily open net. That one just a little bit wide. He will be able to get the follow-up. Rockerman getting a crucial block. But it's still all on Cotney. He has a wide open net to shoot at, and he does send that one home, bringing us within another 1-goal game.
And Rockerman not quite with the great clear there. Bounces right back out in Cotney as he had just picked up the full boost, and he's going to put that one in. And, again, back to the same position. Cotney scoring right after Rockerman does almost every time. And that's honestly, in this series so far, has been the biggest downfall for Rockerman. It's just conceding goals instantly after. But he's going to get the 50 here, and he's going to go up yet again by 2.
And that's at least the second or third 50. I'm not really sure. Cotney looking like he had a bit of a moment where he thought he was playing a threes game, trying to pass center. But the only person he passes to is Rockerman, who, to his credit, gets a perfect 50 into the opponent's net. Got to be careful on those offensive attacks. It seems like Cotney also getting a bit careless, but he'll get yet another kickoff goal, and that one just doesn't even matter.
And again, conceding right after a goal is Rockerman yet again. And that's You hate to see that. Great kickoff there by both of them, honestly. If you're playing in 2s or 3s and you have someone following you up, that's definitely a great kickoff. Ball sitting right there, but just favored Cottony just a little bit as it was still placed right in front of him, and Rockman had, just a little bit ran past the center circle.
Rockerman trying to keep up the aggressive challenges, but this time gets a little too aggressive for his own good. Caught slipping in the midfield, and Cottony will put another one home, tying up this game for the first time since the first kickoff.
Cottony, giving a little taste back to Rockman. He demoed him earlier, he got a goal, and now Cottony's returning the favor for him, tying this one up, and definitely a high-scoring game in ones, way higher than last time combined as well. So we still got a whole another minute and a half to go.
We do. Cottony does have a bit of an open net here, but he has to get it quickly. Opts to go off the corner instead. Rockerman, I'm not sure where Cottony was going there, trying to get up the sidewall, but Rockerman was very ready to deal with that. Staying aggressive, trying to get this through, but that's not the best 50 off the corner wall. Cottony gonna try to chase this one down. Slow playing again, but the aggressive challenges from Rockerman will not stop. Really making it very difficult for Cottony to get anything going. Still, he will be able to take to the air here, looking for the flip reset. Does find it. That's not the best flip reset. Rockerman able to send it to the side, but still low on boost here. This one will go center. Cottony has another shot, and he will place it to the top shelf, and he will take the lead.
And again, that's where the boost management has come in. Cottony owning the boost pads, owning the boost management, and Rockerman just not enough in the tank to be able to get back and try to 50 that one.
And with under a minute left, still anyone's game. One good kickoff could give the advantage back to Rockerman, but the fake, a nice adaptation from Cottony there. The kickoffs have been going a little bit back and forth, but it's not the best challenge. Rockerman should be able to score here, but he can't quite find the angle. Cottony going to be fortunate, although he's still running low on boost. Trying to send the ball down with little in the tank. Trying to get it past. He will manage to pick up the boost steal in the corner. Rockerman trying to catch him over aggressive in the demo. And it will be all Rockerman on this flick. 50s to the corner. This one should have a bit of an awkward bounce. Rockerman going to stick for this, but with no boost, a very risky decision. Cottony going to be able to take this one through, at least for a dribble. But shut down once again. Now 13 seconds left. Rockerman trying to keep up the aggression. Now it is crucial. He has to get something, but Cottony in a good position. Tries to get the musty. Can't find it. Rockerman, this net should be free, but he has to make it there in time. 2-1, and he will make it just in time. We have a tie game narrowly before time runs out.
Wow, Rockerman, really not allowing himself to get scored on the kickoff. Kind of smart. Delayed that ball from going in as long as possible, and to leave the 1 second on the clock, but he does have to remember, he does have to fight through this kickoff and then instantly fight through.
And Cottony actually, this is the shot, and he had it wide open.
Oh, I know that's what he was afraid of. He knows he's lost so many of the kickoffs, and I think that's why Rockerman was letting that ball slowly roll in, and it still almost ended him.
Cottony with the aggression off of the kickoff, has the first possession, but Rockerman able to deal with it. Sending it back to the other side. Cottony actually missing that completely, but it doesn't land in a good enough spot. Now he's going to have the counterattack, but he gets zero power on the hit. This overtime already chaotic in the opening seconds. Rockerman with the opportunity. Cottony trying to get it out. Rockerman has no boost here. He's gone bumped as well, but Cottony somehow with the worst recovery somehow gets bumped back into the play. He will have an opportunity. The bounce does not favor him, as it is sent through, and Rockerman now has an open net of his own. Can't find the power on target once again. And what chaos we are seeing in the opening seconds of this overtime.
Yeah, it's been an insane opening series to this overtime. Both people having great attempts. Rockerman, unable to get... but he's going to get the 50 anyways. And he's going to take this game number 2. And, that went from heartbreak to joy real quick right there for Rockerman.
Yeah, what an overtime. Definitely quite a few blunders by both sides, but Rockerman manages to barely drag himself out of the street fight, with slightly more vital organs intact, as we will be heading to a game 3 here. But supposedly we do not have time for a game 3. So I guess that will end it. The series ends in a draw, as the script declared that no game 3 was meant to happen, I guess. We do have to go to a break first, so even though we do have a little bit of time, we have to get things underway. The series would be pushing back the final matchup. A little bit underwhelming that we weren't able to see the finishing touch to this best of 3, but either way, a tied series. So I guess these teams are even. I guess this means that the Raptors and Ascension are going to have a draw, perhaps a 65-minute overtime in game number 7. But what a way to finish.
It was a way to finish, and 65-minute overtime. that's a lot of huge foreshadowing to come up for that match, merely. So I think everyone should definitely stick around and watch that one. I don't know if you guys have set a date and time yet for that one, but definitely should be ready to watch that one.
Absolutely. And with that said, we will be heading very shortly after a quick break to our next matchup, the final matchup of the night in Pineapples versus Distortion. This one, a battle. I'm not too sure who's going to take it. I'd love to root for my former team in the Pineapples, but Distortion's been looking hot as well. Should be a close matchup. Hopefully, I don't think this one. This one will certainly not be ending in an FF. We will get a final series of the night. But we will be right back with that action after a quick break. Thanks for sticking around, guys, and we'll catch you later.
started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. Falling.
Hey, welcome back everybody to our final, I believe, fifth and final matchup of the night here on Nemesis Saturday Night Rocket League playoff actions. This is going to be the last of the first round matchups before we head off to the semifinals next week. And I'm joined here with one of the other, I'm not going to say the only because there's Psycho out there, the other bearded legend. It's Speed Demon. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. And I'm ready to really watch this and cast this rival game. You know, Pineapples and Distortions. Distortion coming in at the 7th seed, and Pineapples at the 2 seed. We've seen a lot of those 2-7 series kind of go crazy this quarterfinals so far. So I'm curious to see if Distortion is able to keep that one going, or if Pineapples are going to change the script and actually have a 2 seed win for the first time.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, even the 1 seeds have had a bit of a scare, at least in Titan and yeah, I mean that Pinnacle series. Oh my goodness, I don't even want to think about that. But yeah, definitely the 2 seeds struggling a bit here. I feel like Pineapples. It's going to be pretty hard for them to lose this series. But that being said, the last time I saw Distortion, it wasn't even Distortion. It was 2 players from Distortion subbing up in a Titan series, and Zap was flip resetting on people. I think it was actually against Pinnacle, now that I think about it. I think Zap flip reset, double tapped on the Pinnacle team, and I forget who was on his team as well. His teammate was definitely peaking as well in a Titan League matchup. So Distortion, I feel like they got a pretty good shot here to potentially, again, get one more 2 seed upset.
Yeah, I think they do as well. And but we also got Pineapples. We got Valence, and Valence loves the grand finals. He just loves losing in them. So there's that. He loves to get there, but he just likes losing in them. So Pineapples, they're a good team. Valence has what it takes to go all the way. So I definitely think this is going to be a toss-up, and we should see at least a Game 6, if not a Game 7 in this one.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, Valence is just peak Rocket League on playoffs. He's always hitting clips all the way back to Season 2 in the grand finals there. I mean, he just hits the shots when they matter most in the moments. But yeah, like you said, he just can't get the job done in the final series. But, this is a first-round series, so if the tail of the tape remains the same, he will move on to the grand finals here, but Distortion is going to be in their way, and I did find out Sense was that other player. Sense and Zap are going to have to carry this Distortion roster if they have any hope against Valence, Paper, and Cart. And kind of a bit of a roster scuffle earlier on in the season, Speed, where Prip and I believe one of their other players were shipped off elsewhere, and Valence kind of had to start from scratch. But either way, they find themselves in the 2 seed here.
Yeah, they do. And, I thought that was a pretty good roster that they had. But Valence going to show us why he is the king of making it to the grand finals early. And he's going to put this one in off of a great pass right there by Paper.
Initially, just a bad read from Zap off his first touch on the back wall, and he just couldn't get back to it, and chaos ensued after that. But I think I have a feeling which way you're going, Speed, but a quick prediction from you on this one.
You may think that I'm going with Pineapples here, but I've seen a lot out of this Distortion team, and I definitely, and with how the playoff tail is going so far this season, I'm gonna give it to this number 7 seed here in Distortion, and I think they'll be able to pull this one off in 7.
Oh, and here's Zap looking for another clip, and you know what? I'll double up on that prediction. I definitely want to see some more playoff Valence action, and I hope he can prove me wrong and try and break the curse and make it to the grand finals. But as far as my analysis is concerned, even though they give up a pretty early goal here off of a misplay, I got to rock with Distortion as well. as a double commit coming out, gonna leave the net open for Paper. Nicolo racing back, and Cart for the snipe on the top right. You know, I've been caster cursing them all week here, Speed, but that was a great shot.
That was just a beautiful shot. You know, Nicolou racing back to try to make the save, gets it, but doesn't quite get it far enough in the corner, and Cart is just going to punish that with a beautiful shot right over the top of Nicolou. And, you know, if you're Nicolou, there's not much you can do there other than, you know, get the ball into the corner another extra foot. Like, that would have been it, and that's so close. So, you know, that's great overall play right there by Cart.
Yeah, and again, it just comes down to a first soft touch from the final defender. They're trying to get it to safety off in the corner, but their first touch was a little too heavy, and they can't get back to it. And again, awkward positioning for the last man here on Distortion. As more 50s coming out, Cart just might be the first to this, but a double whiff ensues. Sense up for this one. Just going to blast it. Zap actually in position. Will find the shot, but Paper going to send it off to the side. Sense down into Valence, and Valence actually leaves this ball. Going to allow Nicolou to get some possession here. Gets the boost steal, but loses the play. The Sense, quick hit. Looking for one more pass in the middle. The whiff off the backward, but Cart there. Shut down. Zap, who didn't read the whiff either way. Now, bit of back and forth here as no team really getting any consistent pressure. But this is just going to play into the Pineapples' favor here as we're approaching halfway. Cart with a great back pass over to Paper, but Nicolou privy to that. He will outbeat the midfielder. Another 50 out to the side. Nicolou and Zap both in the same corner. And again, I don't know, it just kind of seems like that this Distortion roster here, Speed, I can see them going for the plays, they're just not all on the same page.
Yeah, I can too, and I can also just see it. Pineapples are just looking stronger and faster so far right now. You know, the attempts are there by Distortion, and you can see it. Like, it's gonna look like so good, and then someone from the Pineapples is just beating them there, disrupting whatever they have going on, and it's just unfortunate. And Paper is going to take this one off of the wall and just get this slight little flick over Zap as last defender. And you know, Pineapples are looking really good to start off this game one.
Yeah, and again, just awkward third-man positioning here for Distortion. And if they can get that under order, they can shut down this Pineapples offense. But that being said, Distortion only at one shot themselves. Pineapples at 6. Trying to get something going off the kickoff, but Sense, bit of an awkward jump and a late touch will send this one off the ceiling. Shot on target. Double commit was forced, but the save was made. As Nicolou, again, awkward. They're just not in position here. They're either too deep, too far forward. As Paper looking for a bit of a pre-flip clip off the side, but not enough boost to get the job done. Sense trying to use a lot of boost of his own, get something going, but ran out of boost and could not get back to his own touches. Zap gonna try and get this ball to the middle, but dunked out from Valence. Still enough time to get back to it. Gets bumped off this time as Nicolou looking for one more touch to the middle. Net almost open, but Valence rushing from the corner will get the save and shut this down. And the way the Pineapples are playing right now, Speed, they're looking pretty flawless here. That being said, they only have 2 saves, but Distortion, they only have 3 shots, so really only 1 missed opportunity.
Yeah, and Distortion, you know, you've mentioned a couple times, they can clean up that, you know, last man defensive touches and pressure. You know, this game isn't a 3-goal game. You know, it's probably 1 with that 1 goal from really that Cart where that beautiful slot. But other than that, the other ones were pretty preventable. Just, you know, that last man, as you had mentioned a couple times. So, but Sense, he's going to go for the dunk here and the double, and he's going to get it. And he's going to give some life to this Distortion roster. We know they can pop off. We know they can hit clips. And he's going to do it. And, you know, that's 42 seconds left, Bagels. That's enough time to score 2.
Yeah, a great shot from Sense there. And that, you know, I saw that when they were subbing up in the Titan League games. Zap and Sense were hitting some shots, and it all starts off this kickoff, and a good opportunity here for a comeback. And they are starting to mount it.
Oh, they have started, and hopefully, you know, for the Pineapple's sake, this didn't open the floodgates with 2 quick goals here in 4 seconds. But, you know, this Distortion roster, they can pop off, and they can open the floodgates. So we'll see what they have in store. They only need 1, and then the final 38 seconds here, Bagels, to try to tie this one up. And and either win it in regulation or even send it to overtime. So let's see if they can get this one done.
Yeah, they actually did win the kickoff, but Zap taking a decent amount of time to jump for that ball, and maybe was a little bit nervous on the play as it was presented to him as an unfortunate goal. An unfortunate insurance goal will come out for the Pineapples.
Yeah, and that's, a little bit of unfortunate there. Zap looked like he might have made that save, but Nicolou, knowing he was a little awkward, tries to pre-flip, getting back, and just, ends up hitting that one in, and gonna give the Pineapples a 2-0 lead, and, that might do it here unless Nicolou can get this one cleared out, but he's gonna miss, and Cart is gonna put in the dagger here for game one, and Pineapples are more than likely gonna go up 1-0 in this series.
I'd say it's a certainty at this point. But, Pineapples, every opportunity that's been presented to them, they have hit. They have not really missed a shot here. And every opportunity they've gotten, they have capitalized on. And, in playoffs, if you make a mistake, you got to be able to capitalize off of it. And so far, the Pineapples have done just that as one more open net. Valence on target, but Sense going to send it away. As one more for the road potentially here for Distortion, but Valence going to shut down any hopes of that, as Pineapples will take game one in this series, and in kind of dominating fashion, but it really just got started off on the wrong foot here, Speed, because Distortion, they just gave up 2 quick goals and put themselves in a hole, and not only did they give up 2 quick goals, but it was just off of mistakes too.
Yeah, and it really was unfortunate, the 2 quick goals. You did see him really, start to open up and catch fire there towards the last minute of gameplay, but it just wasn't enough. Pineapple still had enough of the momentum and all the pressure and everything was just going in their favor that it was kind of hard for them to lose game number 1. So we definitely have to see how Distortion's going to come out here in game number 2. If they can continue how they were playing towards the end of that game, we should see a definite closer game. But anything can happen, and it looks like Sense may have made a car change. He did leave the lobby, so, maybe Sense wasn't quite feeling something at the beginning of that game as well.
Kind of surprising considering you hit that really good double tap, but, looks like he may have just traded some paint, opting for, even when Justin wins a game, he changes his car, so, just being unpredictable, perhaps. As this ball wafting off the backboard, but Cart can't find the accuracy that he did find that snipe in game number 1. As Nicolou on the goal line, getting the save. Zap awkward. Does get bumped into the challenge. The Cart is getting just right back to this, looking for a pass to Valence, as all of Distortion is just cowering in their defensive third. Finally, a big clear will relieve some pressure. As Paper gets his own boost, leaving it for Cart. But Zap off the back wall. A good clear out from Paper to relieve that ball from Water falling down. Paper looking to get this out. Collects the mid, but does get sent out of the field. Valence going to try and send it back to Cart, but a double whiff again as Nicolou up to Zap. An early giveaway possession, but just might work out as a counterattack. But Nicolou can't read the ball off the ceiling. Works out as a fake, but not for long as one more whiff comes out. Valence looking for the flip reset, waiting for the dunk to come out. Paper saves his own teammate's shot.
Oh, you hate to see that if you're a Pineapples fan or a Pineapples player. Paper doing the right thing, trying to clean up the goalie there, and in the meantime of doing that, gets in the way of his own teammate's shot, and he is going to get a save, not on the register, but he is going to get a save credited in my scorebook, as that's a huge thing to note here, as, that keeps Distortion alive and their hopes alive, as, losing game 1 and any extra hopes that you can get is really going to be huge to try to turn on that momentum.
Yeah, but still, they are just absolutely under duress here. As finally, again, one more big clear coming out. Paper gets it. Cart disrupting the midfield attacker. But Nicolou, again, gives the ball away early, and now Sense and Zap going to have to rush back. The Paper getting a quick hit off to the corner. Nothing super dangerous as the final third man commits really early, but Paper able to get back in time. Net still open. Sense he cannot find the shot, and the attacker was demoed to try and score that. One more hit to the middle, but that man was just sent off the field. Nobody there for the shot. And now, again, Pineapple's back on the attack. Valence found the crossbar down, I believe, but it was saved before then. As Nicolou on the ball with 0 boost. Still gets a decent 50. Shot to the middle. Sense, great 50 again, but Paper, every time Distortion has a shot speed. Even in game one, the Pineapples players are just getting straight back, but hold on, Zap. He comes from the ceiling to score first.
All right, yeah, Paper doing everything he can
Okay.
to save this, and Zap is coming to make a beautiful read there, and no one around with that beautiful of a shot to be able to make that save, as he had just 50 Paper on the wall himself, so he knew Paper was out of the equation.
Yeah, he got. Oh, as off the kickoff Zap almost jumped over the ball, and a huge 50 almost sends it through again. But Zap, he got bumped into that play, and luckily for him, he was able to just use his flip right off the ceiling. But still, the wherewithal to be able to hit that shot and place it perfectly well on the right side. Will give Distortion the lead, but Cart gonna sacrifice his body to make sure this one goes all the way through. And Pineapples with a quick answer.
Yeah, Pineapples, quick answer. That's what you like to see. But unfortunate there for Distortion. Just trying to. One thing I've noticed is Distortion. They have to get better clears out of their zone. They've struggled a lot to get the clears out, and it's just giving Pineapples all the time in the world to keep that pressure, keep the ball in their half, and eventually, the more time the ball's in your defensive half, the other team's going to end up finding the back of the net. So it was only about time that the Pineapples were able to finally put one in.
Yeah, especially considering they've basically been on the attack this whole game. Distortion having to rely on counterattacks to get the job done. And really, a good double tap game one, and a good goal here game two. Kickoff goal that kind of just went in the other game. But really, just every single goal having to result from a counterattack. As sense with the open backboard, Zap leaving the ball for him, and the shot was saved from Paper. Great opportunity gone by the wayside due to the great defense of the Pineapples that they have been playing these first two games. As Sense was going for the ball, but again, these Pineapples players just putting their bodies on the line to make sure the ball is in their control. As a dribble and a fake comes out to his teammate, as now Sense, quick touch in the midfield as the net was open there for Distortion. Lofter, Nicolou, he's going to be able to get back to his own touch with the crossbar down, but again, saved from Cart, and the Pineapples are not wavering on the goal line here.
No, Pineapple's coming out with 5 shots against the 7 shots that Distortion... 5 saves against the 7 shots that Distortion has had, and, Distortion's starting to get some shots, and as a dribble attempt comes out there by Zap, and the counter attack coming out here, but that one's going to go just wide, and Distortion's gonna get the clear out, and they're gonna come a counter attack of their own. But right now, we just got some boomer ball clears. Oh my bagels! Valence is gonna score that one. What a beautiful read.
Yeah, Valence is known for these moments. He gets these great redirects, and not only that, but puts it with power. Realistically, nobody was home. He just had to hit the shot, but still able to find that. And oh my goodness, Cart with that great save, and he got the double tap to boot off the sideball and gave his teammates a counterattack, and now a kickoff in their favor. Valence up once again, but the fake comes out. Cart with a ballsy third man push. Actually, this is going to leave the net open. Paper, he has to race back. Nicolou just has to make the touch, and he does! A ballsy challenge from Valence will bring us to overtime, and oh my goodness.
Yeah, and, great... Great for the Distortion team to be able to fight back and get this one downfield to Nicolou, where Nicolou just had to secure it, make sure that one went in, and that I believe that was Cart that was back there. Couldn't quite make the save, and they're going to pinch that one in. And we are into overtime now, Bagels, and Distortion starting to pick things up. They have a little hope being in overtime, and, let's see if they can come away with a win here, or is Cart going to slide this one in and give Pineapples the 2-0 series lead?
Valence, a man after my own heart, with a calculated fake, leaving the ball for his teammate. And I just don't think Distortion was ready for that. The fakes, they can be extremely deadly like that. But still, I feel like somebody for Distortion should have been there either way, because there was 3 Pineapples players in the midfield. And you got to feel like something was brewing there for the offense, and Distortion, they just had nobody back. It was hit hard, and it was placed well, but ultimately, Distortion, they lose game 2 here, down 2-0 in the series, and that's a tough one after kind of being gifted overtime, and they're not able to capitalize on that gift.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. And, Valence, not only did he get the calculated fake whiff there, but he did get the bump on the defender that was right in front of him. I believe it was Zap. He did get a small bump on him, so he did clear out that one defender, which I think they were definitely going to be able to make that challenge, it looked like. So just unfortunate that, the other two Distortion players, it went right in between both of them. So unfortunate. Yes, they were gifted that overtime. They weren't able to, capitalize on that. And that's the biggest thing, is they have to start capitalizing on the little mistakes, because Pineapples aren't going to give you many. And if you want to come away with a win, you have to capitalize on as many of those mistakes that they do end up giving you as you can.
Yeah, and I think one more thing, again, something else that is in my playbook for sure, the demos and the bumps Distortion, they got to get physical, because if Cart and company on Pineapples just keep racing back and making these last-second saves, they're not going to be scoring many goals, so they just got to eliminate these players off the field and steal the boost as well, because Cart is just a monster on defense and offense. I mean, we saw that snipe in Game 1, and my goodness, that crazy double off his own crossbar to save that. Game number 2 there, and now Distortion down 2-0. As hold on, Valence looking for a solo play. Does he have his flip? No, he doesn't. I'm sure if he did, though, he would have found the shot there. As Sense getting a demo, not really doing much for his team in that moment, though, as Zap, awkward, last back, Nicolou gonna bail him out. As Valence trying to corral this off the sidewall, keep possession for his team. Cart up extremely early, and Zap gonna send it out, as Sense is looking for more bumps here in game number 3. Net was somewhat open because of that zoning, as Nicolou with a pass out to the midfield, but Valence and Paper just both charging on that, seeing what was happening before them. Now Sense out. An awkward touch from Valence, but Paper right behind him, ready for it. And these Pineapples players' speed, whether it's via strategy or they're just ready for some mistakes from their teammates, they're playing extremely close to each other. Again, here, Paper right below Valence. They're just a tight-knit rotation right now, and it's working.
It really is working for them, and it's kind of surprising, because a lot of teams, they aren't able to play in that tight of a rotation, as Sense is going to go for the solo dribble play, and he's going to give Distortion the lead and start this one off early for them, and that's something that they really need, and they need to start scoring more early and often.
A huge play from Sense again, pulling out the mechanical plays. Haven't seen too much from Zap. He did get that one play off the ceiling, but that was, we'll call that a calculated goal. But still, Zap not really able to get utilized on the offense. Now, danger here for Distortion. Zap able to get back to it, but definitely a great play coming out from Sense. And Paper was right behind him on the flick, but I don't think he wanted to bump an own goal off of the pool shot there, but either way, Distortion. Oh my goodness, a huge 50 from Nicolou. Cart, can he find the read? No, he can't, but Zap can't find it either. Sense gonna take the ball himself. He had an open passing lane to Nicolou. Perhaps could have utilized him, because he wasted a lot of boost and gave these Pineapples players time to get back on defense, as Nicolou dribble of his own. Nothing doing on this one quite yet, as Sense a misplay off the sideball. Paper getting the boost, has the ball, but Zap shutting it down, looking for the double. Valence on the backboard well before that opportunity was going to come out. And definitely Distortion is hunting for more bumps in it. It's kind of working. They're not really getting any demos, but they're zoning these players out of defense, as some miscommunication coming out. But still not being punished for it yet, actually, as the Pineapples not really ready for that misplay. As Cart wafting it high up to his teammate Paper on the sideball. Paper trying to get it back to the middle for Valence. One more ballsy third man push from Valence. Could just spell the deal, but Cart is back in time, as Valence looking for bumps of his own. Zap up to Sense. Great 50. Nicolou in a bit of an awkward spot, but Sense putting his body on the line. There's a lot of sacrificial demos going on, Speed, more than I've probably ever seen.
Yeah, it really is, and it's kind of rare to see. I like to give up some sacrificial, demos myself. If I can, get in front of the other team so they can't quite make the play and I get demoed, it doesn't hurt me in a way. It slows them down, and it makes them not be able to make a play, and it puts me back in a defensive rotation myself. So I don't mind it, but it's not something you generally see in these higher ranks. They want to, try to work things out, get mechanical, get really defensive. But Paper is going to tie this one up for the Pineapples off of a great, play right there by Valence. He's trying to force him, make something happen. He gets to triple commit, and, Paper wide open net, going to put that one in.
Yeah, the triple commit really sealed the deal right there, and still looked like Zap was almost able to get back to it. But one more great kickoff, and Nicolou has an open net. And this is the second time that Distortion's just had a free goal off the kickoff.
Yeah, Valence cheats up a little too close, unable to get the bump. You saw him try to go for the attempt there on Nicolou to get the bump, so you can't go up and get that. But Nicolou, sees that coming, avoids it as Cart trying to find one of his own, but he's not going to get his to fall, and Distortion is going to thank the gods of Rocket League and allowing them to remain in this 1-0 lead as they are 2-0 down in this series.
And one more attack came out, but Zap with a great save to stop that backboard read coming out from Valence. He finds himself on defense now. A bit of a misinput there as he jumped. Did find the save, though. And Paper opting to let Nicolou take a free shot, but no follow-up here for Distortion quite yet. 50 off the side. As Cart and Paper both colliding on that one. Taken to a dribble. Somehow sneaks it through, but Sense right behind his teammate. Now Cart to the middle. Zap with a free and open net, but he can't find the shot. Needed an insurance goal, perhaps. Otherwise, we might head to one more overtime if Pineapples can come back off of a crazy counterattack of their own. But Nicolou wanting to keep this ball in possession here. But a series of whiffs comes out, and this is only going to benefit the Distortion roster. As Valence trying to get something going in the final seconds. Ball stuck in the corner. But Nicolou, he has time, he has space, and he will let it drop. And, I don't know, there's just a lot of strange whiffs coming out right here. In the final seconds, maybe it was the nerves knowing the Pineapples needed to get something done, but there's been a lot of some strange plays going on here, Speed. A lot of sacrificial demos, a lot of double whiffs. Looking like both teams are a little wary to take confidence and spearhead their victories here. But, Distortion, this was a must-win game for them, and they did find it. Granted, not by the easiest of means, but they are back in the series, only down 2-1 now.
They are back in the series. That was definitely a huge win for Distortion. It puts them, not down 3-0 on match point and trying to come back and make that, virtually impossible reverse sweep attempt. So that's huge for them. And the calculated whiffs, that's what they almost seem to be, Bagels, are calculated whiffs. As, they're whiffing, but it's not really messing up their own team. When the teams are whiffing, it's almost like that they're really calming it because it seems like their teammates are able to pick up their slack for whatever just happened.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, again, more Grandmasters plays coming out. Granted, it didn't work for us tonight. We did lose, but you know what? Maybe Distortion might just have to result in the same strategy and prove to be successful here for them. As again, in the higher levels, when you're just expecting a play to come out, if a player does not make that read, you're not going to be in position for it. But it's only a matter of time before I'm thinking Pineapples start to make some adaptations to that and start anticipating these whiffs to come out. The one from Valence was absolutely a calculated fake, and what was calculated was that shot again, forcing a triple commit here for Distortion, but they're able to get out of defense now. A team pinch. Sense he's looking to get one more follow-up to boot, but got demoed, and Zap got smoke screened. Still, Nicolou finding the follow-up. He got bumped right after that first touch. Still trying to be a nuisance. As Nicolou back past to Zap. Time, space, it's over. Paper gets the 50 down as Valence. Awkward, but just all he has to do is push this ball to safety. He's still touching it, though. And kind of panicking a little bit. But still, the passing plays between the Pineapples coming out. One more pass to the middle for Valence. He gets the dunk. Both Cart and Paper rush in. But not able to get the job done as just one more demo play. But the accuracy cannot be found from Distortion as the attacking player was getting bumped off of the ball. And I don't know, it's just wild gameplay right now, Speed. It's just all over the place. Both teams, they want to score first, but they can't get it done as the Doomsday almost coming out. And it's just wild.
It is wild as you speak of whiffs and wild as one comes out there. But Nicolou isn't going to whiff on this one, and he's going to slot this one in the middle of two, maybe three Pineapple defenders. It gets it by 1, 2, all three of them right there within striking distance. But Nicolou is going to, uses sightseeing glasses there, and he's going to put that one through. And again, give Distortion an early, well, not too early, but an early lead and a lead in this game number 4. So, you just got to see them stop with the whiffs and really start making contact, because when they are making contact and they're striking the ball good, we're seeing good things happen and come from it.
Yeah, and again, kind of scary on that play that they did score on, as all 3 Distortion players were up. So if Pineapples found that save, they likely would have produced a counterattack. But you know what? We'll never know, as the ball did end up going in the back of the net. And once again, Distortion scoring first. It's now Sense. Another corner of Valence on his own back wall. Has a lot of time and space. But going to get dunked out from Zap, actually. And all 3 Pineapples players bumping into each other off of an initial Zap bump, putting them in a bit of an awkward spot here. His ball just to the middle. Nobody in Distortion in position, but still Pineapples players are out of boost. And Zap was looking for a follow-up to boot, but just couldn't find the read. He's looking for a bump now, but Valence has to give the ball away early off the backboard, but Sense cannot find the read. If he found that, would have been a good insurance goal, perhaps, as nobody was in the net for the Pineapples. Nobody going for this ball on Distortion, and still more awkward chemistry coming out here as Paper. Great patience from him. He almost air dribbled that over the entire Distortion team. Valence to the middle, finding Cart again. All 3 players on Distortion again in the same spot, but Cart is going to send the ball on his own side. But somehow every time... Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that just happened.
What did I just witness? Oh my, Cart accidentally gets a ball hit into him, sends it to his defensive end, and then Valence is going to get dunked out in the corner, and Sense is going to find that angle and give them the 2-0 lead. Yeah, we got some weird plays going on for sure, officially, because I think that officially seals the weird plays in this series.
Yeah, you almost spoke it into existence there. And you know what, Speed? We're not even on Forbidden Temple yet, and there's already some suspect Rocket League being played, so I think we might be in for, I won't say a treat of a series, but more of a chaotic series. But you know what? Again, only playing to the favor of Distortion here as a big insurance goal. 2-0 with a minute left. Pineapples are going to have to mount the comeback, as both teams with 5 shots. Again, kind of proving to the... Oh, is the Paper almost finding a crossbar on Crate? Or, excuse me, Cart. Looking for the follow-up. Again, Distortion is just absolutely panicking. All 3 players clustered. They're abandoning the ball, but the bump comes out. And Nicolou just is getting down off the field. It's just absolute chaos as more bumps are coming out on the defensive side. Again, I can't even count the amount of times I've seen all 6 players on the screen at the same time, as nobody can get their rotations in order, but still the clock is just ticking down for the Pineapples here. Got to get something going out of this corner. But one more dunk from Nicolou will likely seal the deal. Although Cart having other things to say, but this ball going into the corner and will result in a Distortion victory. But my goodness, Speed, that was not a convincing victory at all. That was just absolute pandemonium.
Oh my, it really was. And Distortion bouncing back, taking the next 2 games after going down 0-2, tying this one up 2-2. And I know you say that we haven't even gotten to Forbidden Temple, but Forbidden Temple is supposed to mix things up, right? So if this series has already mixed things up, maybe Forbidden Temple, if it gets that far, which we did just solidify Forbidden Temple, we're looking at maybe the most wholesome, cleanest actual Rocket League playing game instead of these weird plays that are going on.
I like the contrarian viewpoint there, Speed. Perhaps we might see the most mechanical game yet. We might see Zap go for a clip, maybe one more Sense double tap, or maybe Valence. He's been kind of quiet since he got that really good redirect to take the lead, but then he overcommitted a few seconds later and allowed Distortion to get back into that game. They did win that overtime, however, but I don't know. I mean, Cart has showed up insanely well on defense, and Valence has been on defense as well, making some great saves. I was going to say he always is able to make it there last minute, and he came from off screen to get the save, but it just flew right into the corner, and he got the dunk to send it on for that second goal. as the Pineapples do take their timeout here. I feel like this is a really good time to take the timeout because it just might reset the series, like you're saying, because both teams are panicking. Both teams are insanely clustered on defense. There's bump plays coming out. There's team bumps coming out. It's just that this timeout might actually benefit both teams, but especially for Pineapples who have dropped the last 2 games when realistically it could be a 4-0 sweep at this point.
Yeah, and I'm hoping this kind of calms everyone's nerves, but the way this series is going, Bagels, I think maybe the extra timeout. Both teams are talking, but it might be because they're talking. It's going to add to the fact of the nerves. Now they're essentially playing a best of 3 coming in. So you go from a marathon of a race here to now playing a best of 3, and that's a sprint. So maybe the nerves of that sprint is going to get to one of these teams, and we'll continue to see those whiffs. I hope not, but that is another possibility to look at with these timeouts sometimes.
Oh, is off the kickoff. Valence looking for some more, but not able to get it. It did hit the crossbar. Good opportunity, but gone by the wayside, but still looking to pick up where they left off from the kickoff. As Nicolou, good flick over one. Valence awkward spot. Double commit comes out. As Cart having to avoid a bump. Sense, last back, perhaps going to look for a pass. No, he takes to a dribble. Somehow ends up getting 2 dunks. As Paper, pass to his own Valence. Cannot find the shot accuracy. And one thing I will say is the Pineapples passing has been absolutely stellar. It's just a matter if they're hitting their shots. As I think Valence may have stopped an own goal. It looked like Zap was going to own goal that, but Valence got in the way of it. Again, more questionable actions coming out here, but hopefully someone can get things under control here. As it's just a house of ash at this point. Speed, it's even more bumps. Sense was going for a bump. Zap going for a bump. The timeout, I'm thinking it didn't help.
No, not after the first minute of gameplay here in game number 5. It looks like we still got the same 2 play styles that have been going on for the whole series. Still going on. We haven't seen as many whiffs so far, but we got this crazy madhouse. But Nicolou trying to make something happen here. He's going to put this one across, but again, both it looked like Zap and Sense were looking for some type of bump demo play, as Valence is going to capitalize off of the clear, and he's going to stick that one in and give Pineapples the lead.
And that was really an opportunity where Distortion should have scored. They had an open net, essentially. Nicolou just needed to get a better pass out to the midfield, but it was a bit of an awkward bounce to try and accurately send that to one of his 2 teammates. But again, one of his 2 teammates, they were both in the same spot, and that's what allowed Valence to get on that counterattack. And Valence, I think he's feeling the nerves a little bit because he had an open net of his own speed, and he almost just shanked that one into the left corner. And again, more accuracy issues coming out for this Pineapples team. They're setting up themselves perfectly, but they're feeling the pressure here.
Yeah, they are feeling the pressure, and if you're the Pineapples fan, you really want Valence to not be feeling the pressure, as Valence with the most experience in playoffs, I feel like, on this Pineapples roster. So, if there's got to be someone to really step up and calm the nerves for the team, it's got to be Valence.
Wouldn't have to agree, but at the same time, Distortion, they got some things to work out of their own. Double commits galore as Valence will find the ice on this shot, top shelf, but again, off of more Distortion mistakes, as Nicolou just a pass back into the middle, and Sense, he got bumped out.
Yeah, Sense and Nicolou both going for that ball too. Nicolou ended up going up, getting the touch, not the greatest touch, and then Sense kind of being in an awkward position and got with the bump, leaving that back net wide open. So, again, like you said, they do have some things they need to fix on. Their rotations haven't been too clean. They've double committed and triple committed too much, but Sense is going to make up for that one, and he is going to dribble over the last defender here on the Pineapples and get that bar down ski.
Yeah, that was a great shot from Sense and Cart. He had to play the guessing game there. He had to figure out if the flip reset was coming out or if the air dribble was going over, and ultimately he chose wrong, as Sense able to get that one through. Crossbar down, no doubt. Is now Valence in his own corner, able to push his way past the attacking Distortion player. There is now Sense on the retreat in his corner. 0 boost as Zap with a ballsy challenge from the last man, and Nicolou, he gets bumped out once more, and this is going to be an open net for Paper. And Distortion, ever since I called for it, they've been going for some bumps, but in game number 5 here, this important swing game, the Pineapples are the ones being physical.
Yeah, Pineapples really getting physical. You gotta think at this point that's something that they talked about in that timeout. That maybe that was the one thing that they wanted to focus on more in this game coming up. But it's paying off for them. They're looking pretty good here so far in this game number 5 after that timeout, after taking those 2 straight losses. And Distortion, they got plenty of time to come back, but they got to figure it out and they got to bounce back soon, as Pineapples are starting to really pick up and look really solid here coming down the stretch in this game number 5.
Yeah, and a lot of these Pineapples touches are just going straight into the hands of their teammates, so they're always keeping possession within each other. Meanwhile, these Distortion players just struggling for possession, just hitting the ball wherever they can. As Nicolou will send it into his own corner. One more infield pass. Carton, Valence, both there, actually. Gonna botch the opportunity for an extra insurance goal. 4-1 would have been a dominating lead. Now, this gives the opportunity for Sense to come back, but the shot straight into the hands of Paper. Rotating back just in time. As these Pineapples players always seemingly able to do. Get back on defense at the last possible second as Valence looking for one more pass, and Cart will find it off of the bump from the backboard. And the passes, just the passing plays from Pineapples.
The passing plays, the Pineapples. I think we always see the Pineapples with amazing passing plays. I don't know if it's just the Pineapple way. I don't know if it's Valence, and that's his. I mean, Valence has been a Pineapple for as long as I've been in the league, so it must be a Valence thing, because I love the passing plays, and you always see it with the Pineapples team, regardless on who's on the rosters. They love setting each other up. They love making team plays. And it's very rare do you see a solo play come out, but Nicolou is going to get this one near post OP off of a great dunk by Zap there. And, they give him some life. It's doable now. 2 goals, 42 seconds. They just have to get it done quick.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this kickoff here. They're going to need a good one. Either lose it or hilariously win it, as they just have. But since not able to get close enough to it as Paper. Gonna try and slow things down. Net open though, and it's just off the side in the follow-up. Tough follow-up to try and hit coming off that bump attempt, but still they needed to get it if they had any hopes of making a comeback here. But still, Sense, big clear out. Trying to find Nicolou. Not able to find the crazy redirect angle though. Now Zap on the retreat. No boost. No space to work with as the Pineapples players are hounding him. One more ball to the middle. The double commit is made, but Nicolou, he has time. He gets the flip reset. He does find it, but uses it a little bit early. But now the clock will tick down, and Pineapples are going to stop the bleeding here, dropping 2 games in a row, going to game 5, but they find the ice and take it, as now Distortion will use a timeout of their own, as just, oh my goodness, the bumps in the demo play. There were so many demos, but there might have been even more bumps that resulted in goals.
Yeah, most of the demos were not really. I don't think any led to any goals. Any of the actual demos really led to any goals. It was all just the bumps, and coming out from both teams as well. Both teams trying to get physical, trying to make that physicality really what propels them. And Pineapples just did it better in this game. And timeout buff, we've been seeing that happen a lot. The timeout team takes a timeout, and you see them. And I don't know if it's because they're taking a timeout, so they really have stuff that they want to talk about and that they want to work on. And the other team's like, oh, well, we're doing good right now. We just forced them to take a timeout. Like, keep doing what we're doing. They're not really still analyzing and going over their gameplay on what they could do better. And that's why we see that. So now we see Distortion take theirs. They are on match point. We go to Forbidden Temple. Let's see what type of gameplay we get. Are we going to get that same crazy gameplay, Bagels, or are we going to get the most mechanical, straight up Rocket League? But it's really at this point, Distortion has to come out very hot, and they have to be the one to score first in this one to give themselves that momentum again. Because if not, Valence and this Pineapple team, they smell the blood in the water. They smell the semifinal trip, and they really want it. You can tell.
Yeah, I think the timeout, everybody uses their timeouts differently. I don't really discuss too much strategy, just kind of like just more of a pause. Like if you're doing things right, no real sense to talk about it. But yeah, I mean, I have no idea what we're gonna see here. I'm hoping we see some mechanical pop off from either team here. Valence he's found some good shots, but I haven't seen quite anything since the redirect there in game number 2. Waiting for a Valence pop off. Need to see Sense and Zap just go for some crazy shots again. Sense, you did get that air dribble in the last game, but again, just not enough doing on the offense there for Distortion. But really, it came down to the defense speed because they were just getting sent, not off the field, but they were getting sent to high heaven off in their corners because the Pineapples players, they were going for the passes. Like you mentioned, it pretty much is a historical legacy at this point that the Pineapples have just always been great at passing, but they've never really been physical, so maybe that's one thing that might propel them to victory here in Season 7 is these bumps coming out. But we'll have to see what results here on Forbidden Temple. As Sense trying to get a bump, he does find it off the back wall. Nicolou shooting opportunity, not able to find it. Valence, extremely awkward, but nobody on Distortion there to capitalize off of the zoning out from the backboard. Zap, quick turn in the midfield, Cart up early. Nicolou looking for a dunk. Cart with one more great touch to send it past him. Everybody on the retreat for Pineapple. Zap, he has a shot and he will hit it. And this time, you said it, Speed, they scored first. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, they did score first, and that is huge for them. And, we are still seeing the crazy bump demo play coming out, as there's been probably 4 or 5 demos already in the first minute of this game. I just keep hearing is boom, boom. I'm not seeing the demos, but I'm hearing them happen, and I'm seeing them pop up on the side screen as people are trying to get demos and free up space for their teammates on their rotations, which, not direct plays, but a beautiful save comes out by Zap on a shot by Paper, and they're going to remain in the lead here, and that's also going to add to the momentum here for Distortion.
No. As they were surviving on defense for so long, a big team bump came out from, like, Sense and Zap, and the net was open.
You really hate to see that. They were holding strong. They were looking good. They were playing physical, and then they played a little too physical, and they forgot what color they were because Zap definitely took out Sense, and Sense was unable to actually make that 50. Zap unable to get back in time, and Paper is going to capitalize. He just had his beautiful goal save as Paper's looking to send this one down. Valence unable to read that one, and Cart's now going to send this one middle, but this one's going to get cleared out again by Nicolou.
If Valence somehow found that read, that would have been absolutely wild. But a tough shot to hit that ultimately he did not find contact on. Zap going to send this one out of defense. Valence last back. Gets an early touch, had a little bit of space to work with, but still able to get his corner boost and get back to this ball as Valence and Paper on the assault, looking for more bumps. Good passing play opportunity. Cart there for the shot. They will hit it, and they just cannot stop with the passes. The Distortion players have to do something to zone out the midfield.
Yeah, they do. And I thought Paper was going to get in the way of that one again, but thankfully he had his flip. He flipped out of the way, and, a beautiful, beautiful finish there by Cart. And, Pineapples, again, passing plays, looking so good. And every one of their passing plays, they're just, it's almost like they've been drawn up on a chalkboard or something because they are almost textbook. And I just love watching the Pineapples play.
Yeah, they are clinical more often than not. As one more play coming out, but Cart unable to find it. As Sense looking for the fake on the dribble, but they just got to get something going here. As time starting to become a factor. Granted, only down by 1 goal, but the Pineapples are controlling the midfield for the most part. As Zap gets a huge dunk, and Valence with a misread off the back wall. Looks like he may have backflipped off the top corner there, but great if you're Distortion.
Oh, yeah, he was
trying
to make the read and just not able to quite get the flip he was looking for. And again, that's what I talked about. I talked about it earlier. If you're Distortion, Pineapples, they're not going to make mistakes often. But when they do, you have to capitalize on it. And if they want to win the series and force a Game 7, they have to capitalize on it, as they did there. and the great time to do it. So if Pineapples gives them any more mistakes, they have to capitalize on that for the rest of this series if they want to force this into a Game 7 and possibly win that Game 7.
And they had an open net right here, couldn't hit the shot. And honestly, they had an open net a few minutes ago, or not minutes, seconds. Still, the attack on for Nicolou. And finally, Nicolou starting to get involved, coming up with a few flip reset touches the past few games. And the mechanics starting to come out from the third.
Yeah, and, great patience there by Nicolou. Goes to back out, sees the ball coming back, and knows his teammate just got demoed, so he's going to have someone behind him. So allows him to be able to turn on that. And he's just going to put a top shelf banger on there and give them the lead. And I like that you mentioned that. Nicolou's kind of been quiet this series. And we heard so much about Nicolou throughout at least the first half of the season. And how, he was really...
Oh, no.
Valence going to put that one in, and he's going to tie this one right back up. And, beautiful dunk out there by Carr and Nicolou. Again, defensively, though, has struggled with those soft touches, going right to the Pineapples.
Yeah, he would have just been better off getting a quick flip off to the side. And even then, it looked like Paper was hunting him in the backfield, but still just Pineapples getting the passing plays, getting the bumps. Even if they're not finding the bumps, they're putting players like Nicolou in awkward spots right there. As one more whiff comes out, Valence with the open net, but Sense getting back just in time. It's now tie ball game. 1 minute left. Opportunity for Nicolou, but shut down early from a Pineapples defender. Paper looking for a dunk if he found that. That would have been disastrous for Distortion, but Zap with a great air dribble. Was about to get the boost steal, but got sent off of the map. As Sense getting faked out by Paper. Paper waiting for a teammate to come in, and finally Cart does. But Zap to the middle. Sense already rotated out, but possession given away. Nicolou trying to find the shot. Not able to get it, and Sense can't get contact off the sidewall, but he is lurking on the backboard. Pass back to the middle for Zap, but it's an early shot. Open backboard. He had some space there, Speed, and he just didn't utilize it.
Oh, you hate to see that, as Distortion coming out with a Pineapples passing play of themselves, and that was a beautiful pass off of the backboard there, and just unfortunate, unable to get that going, as we're going to head into the final 7 seconds here. And we might see an overtime here, Bagels, in game number 6 on Forbidden Temple. And we are. And Forbidden Temple, you can't expect anything else. Haven't seen an overtime game yet, and here we are.
And Zappy's starting to look a little bit nervous, although one more kickoff opportunity, the double commit. It's a team pinch, but still possession given via the Distortion way. Sense gets bumped off the ball. As Zap charging in now, off the corner. Paper in an awkward spot. He's going to have to find this. Sends it to the middle for Sense, but he cannot find the accuracy once again. Nicolou into the corner. He's hunting for some bumps, but Zap and Sense both retreating to their side of the field as a offensive demo comes out. Cart off the side. Zap should be able to get the clear on this, and he does. Valence with a ballsy third man push once again. This is going to leave the net open. Zap, he just has to find the touch, and he does. And Valence on the offensive side is just a beauty, but on the defense, he's just making some crazy challenges.
That's the second one that we've seen him challenges. Time was winding down, or in overtime. That was a little bit, risque, we'll say. We'll just say risky. And he gets beat both times, leading to goals by Distortion. And, this one probably has to be the bigger of the two, as, Distortion able to take the win in the overtime here, able to force the Game 7, and now you're playing a best of one with your seasons on the line, and you better hope that your mental is better than the other teams in this situation, because Game 7s are very stressful. Not to mention you're not used to playing 7 game series as well. So you got to take into effect in that, and you just got to really see what team's going to come out and be hungry, and not let the mental and the stress of knowing that your season is on the line and you have to win. You have to win this game.
Yeah, and ultimately just a mistake from Valence there. Hard to tell if at the end of the day, you just got to make a choice, and he just made the wrong choice. But in the moment, it's so hard to tell. Maybe you can fake him, take the ball back to your corner after he misses. Who knows? Maybe he had a shot either way, but Valence did not get a good 50 there. And that will bring us to Champions Field here, Game 7. Like you said, can Distortion Out the comeback here. They've been winning the kickoffs all series. Gets one here, but Paper going to find the second 50 out as Valence up extremely early. And Cart up early as well. Going to send it back to his own side. Sense there. Straight into the hands of Paper. As Valence off the backboard here. And I can't help but say this, Speed, but, you know, if the Pineapples are going to find success here, they need a Valence peak. And right as I say that, he finds the shot, but saved away. They need Valence here in this game.
They do. Valence has to be, I mentioned earlier, he has to be the one to step up. And again, he has to be the one to step up. But Zap is going to be the one to step up for the Distortion team. And he's going to get this beautiful double tap dunk of a read and give them the early lead here. 34 seconds into this match. And, you know, coming off of that Game 6 win, already down on match point with your season, so close to being on the end there. That's huge right now for this Distortion team, and Pineapples have to come back and fight and really get their momentum swung the other way.
Yeah, I need Valence to hit a solo mechanical play, or he needs to be a part of these passing plays to set his team up for success. He's finding great touches off the side, while on the offensive side, he's looking great once again, like he always does. Huge 50 from Cart, but Paper reluctant to push in. As Valence pushing in again. Just an extremely aggressive third man push, and he gives the ball straight away into Distortion's hands, but still pressing the attack. Cart, Nicolou off to the side, and I feel like it really comes down to Nicolou here on the defensive side here for Distortion here, Speed. They need him on defense, and I was going to suggest Zap as the net is open and Paper will find contact. Not quite sure what happened here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened here. A little bit of double commit. Paper able to find the wide open net after getting that 50 win. And, you know, it's going to tie this one back up with 3:30 left. But to go along with what you were just saying, I 100% agree with you. Nicolou has to be a huge factor in this Game 7 if Distortion wants to win. And he's going to start off there. His defense gets the 50 there in the middle of the field and sets up his teammate beautifully. And goes along with the other half of my statement I was just getting ready to say. Zap has got to be the one offensively for this Distortion team to keep doing what he's been doing. He's looked so good so far in this series. Beautiful plays, beautiful dunks, beautiful doubles. And those two are the key factors, I think, in this game number 7.
I absolutely agree. We need more offense out of Zap. As again, I sound like a broken record, but again, off that kickoff, that was Valence pushing in. It was kind of an awkward situation as it looked like his teammate Paper was trying to leave the ball for him, but by the time he challenged one more wild 50 off the sidewall, gave Distortion a goal right there. So these third man pushes from Valence have just got to be more calculated. As he comes in there, gets a good challenge, but somehow all of Pineapples are not coordinated here. Starting to panic. More bumps coming out. Sense to the middle as Valence got zoned out of net as well. Nicolou high off the back wall. Valence up early. Zap almost finds the shot, but it's off the crossbar. Nicolou trying to keep the ball on the offensive side, but he's just going to give it away. Sense, great 50, but Cart quickly out. Valence, one more ballsy third man push, and every time he's using all his boost speed, I'm getting so nervous because I don't know if the 50 is going to go his way.
Yeah, that was risky. It did go in his favor this time, but it definitely looked like that Nicolou was probably going to win that 50, so it was good to see it come out as we see a 50 attempt come out there by Cart in the middle of the Distortion net, and Distortion's going to come away unscathed on that one as Valence trying to get mechanical and get the solo play, and he's unable to do so, and it's going to turn around into a Nicolou solo play, and he's going to give Distortion a 2-goal lead with 2 minutes left to go.
Oh my goodness, the highs and the lows for this Pineapples team. That was almost a devastating play that just came out. Paper faked it out. Valence, I think if he had 10 more boost, he would have found that double tap, as that was a deadly, deadly fake that came out as nobody on Distortion was ready, but both players had gone, and that left Paper in a very tough 1v3. Not the greatest flick from Nicolou, but ultimately it was enough, as now they're up 2. And they did score first here in this game, and if anything rings true, the team that scores first will win, as Distortion started to look extremely confident. Nicolou here on the attack, and he will put away for a 3-goal lead.
Nicolou and Zap, again, being the two that we talked about here, Bagels, to step up for this team. And Nicolou not only stepping up defensively, he's looked really good defensively. He's getting some goals. He's putting in the offensive pressure here on top of the leaderboard, 2 goals, 1 assist, 2 saves, doing a little bit of everything. And that's the Nicolou we've heard about and from this Distortion roster all season long.
Absolutely, but they're going to have to hold the defense for a minute and a half more. Pineapples, they need a passing play. They need a solo play. They need something right now as they've got some space in the midfield, but nobody pushing here. Finally, Valence comes in, and they need that right now. They need to be aggressive. Paper, he's got boost. He's looking for the flipper. He said the demo comes out, but Sense gets back just in time. Huge goal line stand coming out from the Nicolou. The pass up to Sense, putting the shot on Cart. He ended up flipping off the side post. Things starting to become dire here for Pineapples as Distortion only mounting the pressure here. But Paper in the midfield has some boost, but no, he doesn't. He can't find the double tap as Cart charging in. Valence off to the side. Great 50. Paper, he's going to have to turn quick. Puts the shot on. Zap with a crazy pre-flip save. And the Distortion team can do no wrong here, Speed.
Yeah, Distortion firing on all cylinders when it mattered. Took that timeout after the Game 5 loss. Come back. Squeak out a win in game number 6. And now have just all-out pressure here in game number 7. And, 15 seconds left. They're up by 3. That's pretty much going to solidify Distortion taking this series and moving on to the semifinals. And Bagels, this is going to be our 4th 7th seed to win over the 2 seed in the quarterfinals this season.
And the clock has hit 0, down by 3. The Pineapples players have put their controllers down. Everybody except for Valence says this ball's just managing to stay up. Valence does hit the shot. Too bad we needed that a little bit earlier. But yeah, I mean, another 7th seed upset, and oh my goodness. I guess we predicted it though, Speed. We said Distortion was winning it. Granted, I didn't think by the means that they did, but they got the job done here on Champions Field, no less. And, they really stepped up when it mattered most, but still, I mean, going to the semifinals, I'm a little worried about this rotation and these double commits. Nicolou stepped up really big here the past few games, but still the defense is questionable here, but they got the job done against a surging Pineapples team whose offense, again, every season, they just have such crazy offense, but a little too short here.
Yeah, just a little too short here for the Pineapples. And, we did predict it, and it is sad to see the Pineapples, do go out in the quarterfinals here. But, that just proves to tell you that in all leagues that the 7 seeds coming out of that play-in tournament, how much, that these teams are close with those top teams, even though they may have been, a 7 or 8 seed, at the end of the season, but they're still right there and they want to win. And the momentum that you can get from those play-in games really does make a difference. So we've seen that all season. The only 2 seed to make it through Bagels was actually Frost from tonight because they received a forfeit win.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could have been a 7th seed sweep.
It could have been. We could have seen those crazy March Madness brackets that we see where, one season you get those 15 seeds that always win. And that was the 7 seeds this season. Unfortunate that the Gorgons weren't able to show up and play that match because, I was probably going to cast that one. I was going to have Gorgons going in that one. So I would have loved to see that. But quarterfinals is officially wrapped up here for season 7. Semifinals are be played Monday and Wednesday next week. And, we're looking like a great playoffs so far. They've been some pretty great matches, some pretty great games. Unfortunately, we have had way too many FFs. But, Distortion did just solidify a date with Blaze.
Yeah, and Blaze, one of those teams that forfeited their way through, so they're going to be, despite their name there, they're going to be a little bit cold heading into the semifinals. But, I was going to reference the bracket, but I'm going to give Crip a break. He's been lovely streaming for us all night here. We'll reference the brackets. We'll get all those matches. Perhaps maybe the Nemesis podcast will catch you up on the playoff week action there. Yes, Crip is begging me to stop this. But thank you guys for joining us here tonight on this lovely Saturday night for Rocket League. That was the round 1 matches all concluded. We will see you guys for some more exciting semifinals next week, and of course the all too grand finals there next Saturday. And we'll catch you guys on Monday.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours I was, but you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours I was, and it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours I was.